Chapter 1787. That's right, the old man was definitely talking about Qin Su asking about her family selling land. Gun Yinji's palms were sweating, and the teacup at her palms felt like it was on fire, burning her palms. Gun Yinji quietly placed the teacup on the coffee table in front of her and sighed softly. That's such a pity. This was also fate. Why couldn't they wait for another 6 months? Yeah, it's all fate. The old man nodded with emotion. At that time, there was no news of the establishment of a special economic zone in the small fishing village of Z City. Who would have known that the higher-ups would make such a move? We taught in the same school as him. His relatives all emigrated overseas in the early years. When the country was just founded, you know the situation at that time. In any case, he was the only one who decided to stay in China. His family left him the land in the small fishing village in Z City as a token of remembrance. It's not worth much. Who knew that he would sell it? Sigh. Gun Yinji's eyes flashed. The old man didn't seem to think that Qin Huichang had a reason to sell the land. Was it because your colleague was in urgent need of money? Gun Yinji thought about what was written on the official website of the Qin Corporation's private hospital. It said that the founder of the hospital, Qin Beiyoi, had paid 30% more than the market price to buy the land. It was also said that in order to buy this piece of land, Qin Beiyoi had not only sold all of his properties, used up all of his savings, and even borrowed a large sum of money from loan sharks to buy this piece of land from Qin Huichang and his wife, who had demanded an exorbitant price. Of course, the phrase demanding an exorbitant price was a hidden meaning that Gun Yinji had figured out. The official website didn't use such straightforward words to describe the original landlords, Qin Huichang and his wife. He spent a lot of time describing how the couple tried to raise the price, but Qin Beiyoi refused to give up. He called them again and again, and finally, they agreed to sell the land. It was obvious that this description was very derogatory towards Qin Huichang and his wife. It made the image of Qin Hai, the founder of Qin Hai, look even more majestic. Gun Yinji's question was very sharp, and the old man's memory wasn't very good. He frowned and thought for a long time before saying, I can't remember. I think so, but I also don't think so. Gun Yinji, if there was, there was. If there wasn't, there wasn't. It seemed like there was, but it also seemed like there wasn't. What did that mean? Hua Xiaoheng coughed lightly and said, Can you be more specific? There seemed to be. What was going on? I don't think so. What's the situation? The old man looked at Hua Xiaoheng blankly, then at Gun Yinji. He had a feeling that there was money, but he couldn't remember why. They shouldn't be in urgent need of money. After a while, the old man looked sad and said in a low voice, I'm too old to remember. I couldn't tell what was going on. There was only one girl in their family, and both of them were university professors. They also had their own house, so they should not be short of money. But I vaguely remember that they seemed to be short of money. Gun Yinji was also confused. However, this old man was almost 90 years old. It was completely normal for him to not remember things that happened decades ago. She wanted to try harder and see if she could guide the old man to remember more things. But Hua Xiaoheng stopped her with a look. It's okay. If you can't remember, then don't think about it anymore. We were just curious and asked casually. Hua Xiaoheng quietly changed the topic and pushed the small muffin on the coffee table to the old man to eat. The old man took a small muffin and put it in his mouth to chew slowly. He no longer had any teeth, and now he had dentures, so the taste was not very obvious. Gun Yinji could only sigh and say, that family was quite pitiful. A family of 3 died in a car accident just like that? The old man finished eating a muffin and wiped his hands with a tissue. He said, Oh, that's not true. Their little girl survived. How old was she at that time? Anyway, it was quite tragic. Later, she was even adopted by an orphanage. Gun Yinji pretended to be surprised. Oh, really? It's been so long. You still remember? How could I not remember? The old man looked regretful. I don't remember their family situation, but I still remember their little girl. She used to be such a cute and lively little girl. She was a good talker and even learned ballet. When she was young, she wore a pink ballet dress and came to our office with her father. She called everyone uncle and auntie and made everyone so happy. Gu Nianji suppressed the excitement in her heart and quickly said, "A cute little girl? I like her very much too. Do you have any photos of her when she was young to show us how cute she was?" The old man shook his head and said regretfully, "No. It wasn't easy to take photos back then. It wasn't like now, where you can take photos with your phone anytime and anywhere. She only came a few times. I still remember it to this day because she was so miserable afterward. Her entire face was destroyed by the fire, and she looked like a ghost." The old man's eyes were red as he said, "It was even published in the newspaper that year." It shocked everyone and caused a huge sensation in society. Many people went to the hospital to see this little girl and gave her flowers, clothes, and food. Our teaching and research office also organized several donations, but after we found out she had an inheritance, everyone stopped donating. Gun Yinji let out a long sigh. She thought to herself that she finally understood one of the key points. Therefore, Qin Bei became even more suspicious. She and Hua Xiaoheng continued to accompany the old man and talk about other things until the old man was about to fall asleep. They said goodbye and left. They left the nursing home with the members of the street volunteer team and returned to their neighborhood. Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng found an excuse to sneak away and made several detours before returning to the penthouse apartment in Shiqing District. Gun Yinji rushed to the bathroom as soon as she entered and washed off all the makeup on her face. This kind of thing was too damaging to the skin. Gun Yinji's fair and tender little face was covered in small red rashes. Hua Xiaoheng took out a tube of ointment and carefully applied it to each of the small red rashes. He said, "Today's harvest is not small." Gun Yinji nodded and laid on Hua Xiaoheng's lap. She closed her eyes and said, "I finally understand. If Qin Bei really did it, why didn't they just kill Qin Suan? She was seriously injured in a car accident and ended up in their orphanage. Killing her to prevent future trouble is what a scheming person would do." Hua Xiaoheng also understood. He screwed on the cap of the ointment and put it in the small medicine box. He said calmly, "It's probably because the car accident that year became big news and Qin Suan became the target of public attention. If they killed her again, I'm afraid people would notice something was wrong and alert the enemy." "Yes, that's the reason." Gun Yinji opened her eyes and looked at Hua Xiaoheng. "You're thinking the same thing as me." Hua Xiaoheng smiled slightly as he looked at Gun Yinji's fair little face, which was covered in a layer of white ointment. He didn't think it was ugly at all. Instead, he thought it was mischievous and cute. Gun Yinji didn't look in the mirror, so she didn't know what she looked like. She sat up from Hua Xiaoheng's lap and said excitedly, "So Qin Bei is even more suspicious. We can basically conclude that he did it," Hua Xiaoheng said in a low voice. "What we lack is direct evidence." Back then, Qin Suan was stumped by this point and chose to stop the investigation, right? Gun Yinji stood up from the sofa and walked around the living room. She began to reconstruct the truth they knew. First of all, Qin Bei must have taken a fancy to that piece of land and wanted to buy it. Then, he found the owner of the land and started negotiating. Qin Huichang and the others definitely didn't want to sell it. Judging from his colleague today, they didn't lack money, but for some reason, they agreed to sell the land. And it wasn't cheap, so I still subjectively think that Qin Huichang and the others must have needed money for something at the time. After selling the land and returning to Sea City, according to the old man's memory, there should have been a car accident soon after. Qin Huichang and his wife died, and Qin Suan was seriously injured and disfigured. Then, she was adopted by an orphanage in Sea City. Then, the director of the orphanage in Sea City was exposed to have embezzled the orphan's property and was sent to prison. 5 years later, he committed suicide in prison. The orphanage in Sea City was later purchased by the Qin orphanage. Qin Suan grew up in the Qin orphanage. It wasn't until she went to university that the young general, he mistook her for Qin Yaowang because of a back view. Gun Yinji paused and asked in confusion, "Why is Qin Suan's back view similar to Qin Yaowang's?" Hua Xiaoheng stretched his long legs and sat on the sofa. His entire body happened to be backlit. He rested his elbow on the armrest of the sofa and supported his chin with one hand. He thought deeply and said, to be able to make He Changjian admit his mistake, the degree of similarity must be extraordinary. Gunyinji couldn't think of how similar it was, but she couldn't be bothered to think about it anymore. She said, I'll ask young Master He when I have the chance in the future. As his son, he would definitely be able to tell how similar they were. Well, Shaoan glanced at her and said aloofly, you treat He Ji Chu as your consultant. If there's anything you don't understand, ask him. He's not just a consultant. He's my high advisor. Gunyinji blinked slyly. Seeing that Hua Xiaoheng didn't like her mentioning He Ji Chu, Gunyinji changed the topic and continued. Let's go back to the whole land purchase incident. We have some doubts that we need to solve. First, why did Qin Beioi suddenly take a fancy to that land? Was it just pure luck? He had just bought this land, and half a year later, it was enclosed into the special economic zone. Second, why did Qin Huichang and the others agree to sell the land from not selling it? Did anything happen in between? Third, why does Qin Suan's back view look similar to Qin Yaowang's? To what extent? Is this also a pure coincidence? Look, we only listed 3 questions, and 2 of them are related to coincidence. TSK. Gunyinji scoffed. Qin Beioi and Qin Yaowang are really going to heaven. This kind of luck is simply the chosen one. This was today's first update, Chapter 1776, The Luck of the Chosen One. Reminder, recommendation votes. Is it almost the end of the month? P.S. It's impossible not to ask for monthly votes. It's impossible in this lifetime, 8 o'clock in the evening, the second update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1788. The Chosen One. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head in amusement. You're really good at making things up. Of course. The Chosen One. Thekasanon. Gunyinji remembered the origin of the joke and laughed so hard that she could barely stand. Do you know that people often ask, Amithianly, am I the only one? And so on. Then everyone got tired of looking at it, and when someone asked, they all answered, yes, yes. Only you, the unique. You're unique. The limited edition. You're a limited edition. Thekasanon. You're the chosen one. Just like the old song from more than a decade ago. You're the electricity, you're the light, you're the only myth. Gunyinji blinked at Hua Xiaoheng and almost started singing. Hua Xiaoheng quickly called for a pause. Okay, I know the joke. Let's study why Qin Bei had to buy that land back then. Gunyinji smiled and sat down opposite Hua Xiaoheng. She sat cross-legged on the sofa and rested her chin on her hand. She suggested, I think it's better to study why Qin Huichang and his wife never agreed to sell the land. Besides, we're here to investigate their colleagues, friends, and neighbors. Wouldn't it be better to start with this? Hua Xiaoheng had a hunch that there must be a bigger secret behind why Qin Bei had to buy the land. However, for now, it was more realistic to investigate why Qin Huichang and his wife never agreed to sell the land. He nodded. Okay, we'll continue the investigation tomorrow. Gunyinji reached out and high-fived him in the air. She smiled and said, Okay, we'll continue the investigation according to the list tomorrow. As she spoke, she turned on her phone again and sent Lu Jin a video invitation. Lu Jin quickly accepted the invitation. This time, Lu Jin was wearing navy blue pajamas. He was sitting on the bed and smiling at her. Hello, Ninji. Gunyinji made a face. Dad, is it a bad coincidence? Are you going to sleep? I just went to bed. You're going to sleep too. It's late. Lu Jin said and asked, Who's next to you? Is Mr. Peter staying with you tonight? Gunyinji subconsciously shook her head. No. He went back to his own consulate. Let him stay here with you. Lu Jin seemed to be very reasonable this time. I'm worried about you living alone. Gunyinji smiled guiltily and chuckled. Dad, you're the best. She blew 2 kisses to the video call and quickly turned off the video call. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her with a half-smile and said, Do I have a clear path? TSK, what bright path? Can't you see that my dad only treats you as a bodyguard? Gunyinji made a disdainful expression. She got up from the sofa, stretched, and said, I'm sleepy too. I'm going to bed. I don't want to eat dinner. Hua Xiaoheng disagreed and grabbed her. "How can you skip dinner? We'll order takeout." There were no ingredients in the fridge, so he couldn't cook. He couldn't let Gu Yinji eat plain rice without any ingredients. Gu Yinji yawned. "Then I'll go shower first." While Huo Xiaoheng was ordering food, Gu Yinji went to take a shower and almost fell asleep in the bathtub. After the takeout arrived, Huo Xiaoheng went downstairs to get it. He asked Gu Yinji to eat with him before sending her to bed. He went to the guest room. Because he was worried about Lu Jin's surveillance cameras, Huo Xiaoheng was very well behaved. He didn't contact Lu Yuan, not even text him. The two of them had been busy all day and were a little sleepy. They didn't talk all night and had a very comfortable sleep. When they woke up the next day, they began to prepare to visit the second person on their list. This person could be considered as one of the few remaining neighbors. However, she was the only one who was still in the country. The other two had gone abroad more than 10 years ago. Back then, Qin Huichang and his wife lived in their own house. They had a small bungalow in the center of Sea City, where every inch of land was worth gold. It was located at the innermost end of the alley. Now, the house was worth tens of millions, but it still couldn't compare to the land they had sold back then. Their neighbor also had a small bungalow like this, and it was very close to each other. However, the neighbor's old man was also very old. He was even older than the old man in the nursing home. He was almost 100 years old. Gu Yinji looked at the list and sighed. Why are they all so old? The young ones weren't even born back then, or even though they were born, they were about the same age as Qin Suan. They wouldn't know so much about what happened back then, Huo Xiaoheng said as he led Gu Yinji deeper into the alley. The two of them were dressed like regular tourists, wearing sunglasses and sun hats, SLR cameras on their chests, Apple Watches on their wrists, and undershoes. Under Armour's white sneakers. When the two of them arrived near Qin Huichang's bungalow, they happened to see a recliner in the front yard of the bungalow next door. An old woman with a face full of wrinkles was lying on it with her eyes closed. Another middle-aged woman was taking care of her. Gu Yinji looked at the old man lying on the ground, then looked at the information they had found. She was certain that this was the neighbor who was still alive. It was great that they didn't have to think of ways to run into the house. They could just stay in the yard and pretend that they were asking for directions and chatting casually. Gu Yinji walked over first, raised her camera, and spoke in Chinese with a foreigner's accent. She said stiffly to the middle-aged woman, "Hello, I'm Grace. Would you mind if I take a photo of you? You match this ancient building very well." She pretended to be a Chinese tourist and even had an idea. She gave herself an English name, Grace, at the last minute. The middle-aged woman chuckled and said, "How is this an ancient building? The foreigners don't know what's good for them. This is obviously a modern building." Gu Yinji. This person must be the architect. There was no doubt about it. Gu Yinji pretended that her Chinese didn't work well. She smiled sweetly and said, "Okay, can you let me take a photo?" "No." The middle-aged woman didn't show any mercy at all. "You can take pictures of these buildings, but you're not allowed to take pictures of people." Fine. She was a middle-aged woman who cared a lot about her privacy. Gu Yinji had no choice but to nod. She took the SLR camera and pretended to take a few photos in the yard. Her lens was inevitably aimed at the yard next to the yard, which was the yard of Qin Huichang's bungalow next door. The front yards of the two houses were only separated by a low wall. Standing in this yard, she could clearly see the yard opposite. Gu Yinji gestured for a while and asked curiously, "The yard over there looks better. Can I go take a look?" The old man who had been sleeping opened his eyes and looked at her quietly for a while. He suddenly asked, "What did you say your name was?" "Grace." Gu Yinji looked back at him and tilted her head. "You're awake? What's wrong? Isn't that a good name?" She stood in the middle of a cluster of blooming hydrangeas. She was slender and graceful, and her back was facing the direction of the sun. However, her eyes shone brighter than the sun. The old man narrowed his eyes at her. It was as if he could see a little girl named Grace many years ago. She had stepped on a small stool on the other side of the yard and waved at her with a smile, especially her well-defined lips. When she smiled, there were faint dimples at the corners of her mouth. It was really too memorable. After nearly a century, it was still deeply imprinted in her mind. However, she didn't say anything else. She closed her eyes and went back to sleep. Gunyinji, she looked at the middle-aged woman next to the old man in surprise. May I ask who this old lady is? The expression on the middle-aged woman's face softened. She sighed and said, Please don't mind her. My grandmother has Alzheimer's disease. She can't even recognize us family members. Gunyinji, but she was talking to me just now. Gunyinji raised an eyebrow. She doesn't look like it. Sometimes she will say something casually, but she will forget it after saying it. Please don't mind her. The middle-aged woman tucked the blanket on the old man and gestured for him to leave. This is today's second update, Chapter 1777, Crossing the Clear Road. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. Thank you, digital book friend 20170619031021981 for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah, everyone little angels. Chapter 1789. No matter how unwilling Gunyinji was, she couldn't continue interrogating an old woman who had Alzheimer's and was almost 100 years old. She could only nod with a smile and say, Sorry to disturb you. Can I go to the courtyard next door to take a few photos? I think the courtyard over there is quite well maintained. The middle-aged woman didn't even raise her head as she said indifferently, The courtyard next door used to belong to the Qin family. It's now under the name of the He family. It has nothing to do with us. What she meant was that she couldn't make the decision over there. Gunyinji turned to look at the courtyard over there. The flowers and trees there were sparse and well-proportioned. There was also a row of hydrangea growing on the side of the courtyard wall. They clustered together with the hydrangea flowers here, and it was bustling with bees and butterflies. There was a huge camphor tree planted near the courtyard door. It was lush and had a faint fragrance. Seeing that there was no one around, she walked out of the door impatiently and walked back in. She walked directly to the courtyard wall that was half the height of a person, placed one hand on the brick and wood railing, and jumped over like a hurdle. Hua Xiaoheng. His movements were quite nimble, like a little thief. Hua Xiaoheng was both angry and amused, but he couldn't help himself. He followed behind Gunyinji and jumped over. The middle-aged woman turned around and saw that the two people who had been in her courtyard had run to the opposite courtyard. They had even climbed over the wall on her side of the courtyard. Her face immediately darkened, and she softly complained in Sea City, Little red brats. Gunyinji climbed over and realized that this courtyard was actually much larger than the one next door. It was only because it was the innermost part that it didn't look obvious from the outside. Walking around the courtyard, there was also a walkway inside, all made of teak wood. The main building was a Western-style bungalow. The large, round, white marble pillars were very imposing, but they weren't particularly eye-catching in the deep green forest corridor. Gunyinji walked around the small building and took a few photos. She walked back to the courtyard and stood behind the hydrangea flowers across the courtyard wall that was half the height of a person. She smiled and waved at the people in the courtyard next door. Sorry for disturbing you today. We have to go home. She had originally wanted to say goodbye to the other side with Hua Xiaoheng, but perhaps her voice was a little loud, and the old woman who seemed to have fallen asleep woke up again. She opened her eyes and saw Gunyinji poking her head out from the flowers next door and waving at her. Although Gunyinji was almost half the height of the little girl in her memory, the smile on Gunyinji's face, her curvy lips, and the little dimples at the corners of her lips all evoked hazy memories that she hadn't seen in a long time. In that instant, Gunyinji magically overlapped with the 7- or 8-year-old neighbor from all those years ago. The old woman immediately sat up and looked straight in Gunyinji's direction. She blurted out a string of fluent English. Come here, don't do that again. Your parents will be home soon. Gunyinji, Hua Xiaoheng was also stunned. He quickly reacted and gently took a step back toward the camphor tree. He completely hid his figure and only allowed Gunyinji to appear in the old woman's field of vision. The middle-aged woman next to the old woman was also shocked, but quickly composed herself and smiled at Gunyinji. Look, my grandmother remembered wrongly again. She thought you were her neighbor from many years ago. Gunyinji opened her mouth and said in confusion, But my name is Grace. Don't tell me your neighbor has the same name as me? That was clearly the name she had just made up. When she first saw the old woman, Gunyinji didn't know why, but she remembered seeing the name Grace somewhere and used it for some reason. The middle-aged woman nodded with a smile. My grandmother said that there used to be a little girl next door named Grace. She was very close to my grandmother and almost watched her grow up. Look, so many years have passed, and my grandmother has forgotten her biological children, but she still remembers the little girl next door. Sometimes she would bring her out and talk about her. Gunyinji knew that people with Alzheimer's had no concept of time. They remembered things from a long time ago, but not recently. Their memories were irregular. They might forget most of the people and things in their lives, but they would never forget the things that left a deep impression in their memories. Moreover, they would constantly pull them out of their memories and replay them over and over again, just like watching a faded black and white old movie. They also didn't have a specific concept of time. They might think that something that happened decades ago happened yesterday. It was also possible that something that happened yesterday would be moved back decades ago. Gunyinji didn't know much about Alzheimer's. She only roughly remembered that amnesia and memory confusion were one of the main symptoms. But just because they had the same name, could this old woman, who was almost 100 years old and had Alzheimer's, mistake someone else for someone else? Gunyinji's intuition told her that it wasn't that simple. She thought about it and supported herself with one hand on the courtyard wall that was half the height of a person. She flipped over like a hurdle. The old woman was anxious and pushed the middle-aged woman away. She stumbled down the steps and faced Gunyinji, still speaking in standard Oxford English. Grace, I've told you many times. Don't do that again. You naughty Grace, I've told you so many times. Don't do it again. You're too naughty. Gunyinji quickly went up to support the old woman and said in surprise, Your English is so fluent. The middle-aged woman chased after her and also supported the old woman's other side. She said with a hint of pride, My grandmother was one of the first students to study in England. At that time, there were very few female students studying in England. Gunyinji nodded and said with a smile, I can tell that the old lady's English is impeccable. The old woman looked at Gunyinji from afar and felt that she looked familiar. She frowned and looked Gunyinji up and down. She muttered, You've grown taller, Gunyinji. She heard it clearly this time. The old woman really thought she was her neighbor's little girl. Was she Chinsuin? Judging from the time, Chinsuin had lived here before her family was destroyed in the car accident. Gunyinji's heart skipped a beat. She smiled and said in English, Auntie, Wuldingman did Wilbholm. I am really hungry. Annie, do you know when my parents will be back? I'm really hungry. The old woman patted her hand and smoothed her hair. She caressed her lips with her fingers and said, You've grown up. Little Nan has grown up. What do you want to eat? Do you still want to eat water caltrip cake? Gunyinji didn't move and let the old woman's skinny hand stroke her face. She said softly, You've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not your neighbor, Grace. Why not? The old woman seemed to understand what she meant and frowned. You're clearly her. I remember very clearly that your lips were very special. They were like sharp little water caltrips, and there were little dimples on the corners of your lips. You loved to eat water caltrip cake when you were young, and you loved to eat the water caltrip cake I made. Your mother always said that it was because you loved to eat water caltrips that you grew water caltrip lips. The old woman couldn't stop talking about these old things. She looked up at the camphor tree across from her and fell in a deep thought. She muttered, It's been 100 years, right? This tree is really tall. She looked up at Gunyinji again. Even if it's been 100 years, I still remember how you looked before you were burned. Gunyinji's heart trembled, and her body swayed a few times. That's right, the old woman was talking about the little girl who used to live next door, Chinsuin. And from the old woman, Gunyinji learned for the first time what Chinsuin looked like before she was burned. She actually had water caltrip lips and little dimples. The middle-aged woman saw that Gunyinji's expression had changed and quickly apologized. Please don't mind it. My grandmother is sick. She doesn't remember it very clearly, so it doesn't count. I remember it very clearly. The old woman emphasized firmly. I remember it very clearly. I remember it for 100 years or even a century. Grace is a very beautiful little girl. She'll come back. She'll come back here, climb over the wall, and ask me for water caltrop cake to eat. As she spoke, she looked at Gunyinji's fair and tender face and was confused again. She reached out to touch her face and asked in confusion, "Your face is healed? You were injured so badly. When I read the newspaper, I was almost scared to death. Now that I look at you, you haven't changed at all. Did you have plastic surgery?" Gunyinji remembered what Qin Huichan's colleague had said yesterday. The car accident that year had caused a sensation in society, and the photo of Qin Suan's burns had even been published in the newspaper. If it had been now, that kind of photo would never have directly appeared in the newspaper and other media. Even if it had been published, the mosaic would have been so blurry that it wouldn't even have been visible. But at that time, the photo of her being burned had been published in the newspaper. It was probably not censored, otherwise it wouldn't have caused such a huge impact on these people. Looking at the old neighbor, she was already suffering from Alzheimer's, but she still remembered some of Qin Suan's past. If it wasn't for the thing that had left the deepest impression on them, these old people with Alzheimer's wouldn't have remembered it. And this kind of exclusive memory was even clearer and more accurate than the memories of healthy old people. Gunyinji didn't know what to feel for a moment. She should be happy. After all, there was finally a glimmer of light to the truth that she had been pursuing for so long. But this light made her shudder. In Sea City in spring, the temperature had gradually risen. The sun shone through the treetops, making people feel warm. Even wearing a thin coat was not enough to make people feel hot. Gunyinji stood in the sunny courtyard, but a chill rose from the soles of her feet. Her entire body was cold, and for the first time, she was a little timid. She didn't dare to face this possible and terrifying truth. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1778, The Chilling Dawn. Reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. In monthly votes, at 8 o'clock p.m., the second update. Moi, Big Shots and Little Angels. Chapter 1790. Hua Xiaoheng, who was hiding behind the camphor tree in the opposite courtyard, vaguely heard the old woman's words. "You're clearly her. I remember very clearly that your lips were very special. They were like small, pointed water caltrops, and there were little dimples on the corners of your lips. You loved to eat water caltrop cakes when you were young, and you loved the ones I made the most. Your mother always said that it was because you loved to eat water caltrops that you had water caltrop lips. I remember it very clearly. I remember it for 100 years, or even a century. Grace was a very beautiful girl. She'll come back. She'll come back here, climb over the wall, and ask me for water caltrop cakes to eat." Did she think Gunyinji was the young Qin Suan? Just like Gunyinji, Xiaoheng also suddenly thought of a possibility, and he was instantly petrified. If his conjecture was true, it would be too horrifying. Xiaoheng's hands gradually clenched into fists, then suddenly relaxed, and calmly put them into his trouser pocket. He calmly walked out from behind the camphor tree and came to the front of the courtyard wall that was half the height of a person. With one hand on the decorative brick and wood wall, he leaped lightly and climbed over the wall. Gunyinji stood beside the old woman and asked blankly, "Are you sure she looks like me?" "What do you mean look the same? You're her. Is your brain sick as well?" The old woman said as she used her hand to touch Gunyinji's forehead. Gunyinji didn't dodge and allowed the old woman's hand to caress her forehead. Her big, manga-like eyes lost their light for the first time. She silently looked at the old woman in front of her, who was a head shorter than her. The middle-aged woman beside the old woman quickly said, "My grandmother's words can't be taken seriously. She can't remember clearly." But the middle-aged woman looked at Gunyinji for a while, then smiled and said, "I was still young at the time and didn't live here, but I vaguely remember that Mrs. E looked a little like you when she was young." "Really? How much?" Gunyinji looked over, her voice as calm as possible so that no one would notice that her tumbling thoughts were like a boiling kettle that was about to bubble. "From what I see, your lips are the most similar, and your eyes are also quite similar. Mrs. E's eyes were also this big when she was young, but your nose isn't very similar. But to be honest, after so many years, I really can't remember clearly. Mrs. He came back more than 30 years ago. At that time, she hadn't given birth yet, but when my grandmother saw her, it was as if she didn't know her. I didn't recognize her either. It was only after I heard that she was the daughter-in-law of the famous Heath family that I knew that she had married so well after coming out of the orphanage. The middle-aged woman sighed and shook her head. But after she was burned in the car accident, she underwent plastic surgery. It's really indescribable. If Chin Suan's original appearance had been as delicate and charming as Gun Yinji's, then her appearance after the car accident could only be described as lackluster. She wasn't ugly, but she didn't have any highlights either. She could only be described as an ordinary person. Gun Yinji's face had been extremely pale earlier, but now it gradually turned red. The redness seeped out from her white, jade-like cheeks all the way to her eyes. She was so angry that her entire body was trembling. Her hands and feet were cold, and her entire body was stiff. She could barely think straight. Xiaoheng came to her side and quietly held her hand. His large palm was dry and warm, and it quickly warmed her hand up. It was as if he was injecting strength into her body. Gun Yinji's rationality slowly returned. She blinked and suppressed the bitter tears in her eyes. She smiled faintly at the grandmother and granddaughter in front of her. This is really a freak accident. I'm not that Grace, but you insist that I look like her. The real Grace came here once, but you don't recognize her. Yes, how else would you say it's a coincidence? The middle-aged woman smiled and nodded. It's getting late. We should have lunch, so we won't keep you. Gun Yinji didn't really want to leave. She gritted her teeth and caught up to them. Do you have any photos of Mrs. He when she was young? I'm sorry, we don't. The middle-aged woman shook her head regretfully. It wasn't easy to take photos back then. We didn't even get our own photos taken once a year. Who would take photos of their neighbors? Even if they were well-to-do families, they couldn't compare to the Qin family. Gun Yinji looked back at Qin Huichang's bungalow and pretended to be curious. I really want to go to that house. Maybe there are photos there. There's none, because that house has always been uninhabited. It was once burglarized and caught on fire. Almost everything inside was stolen, and what wasn't stolen was burned. Mrs. E came back to visit her family and found that the house was in a mess. Oh, how could that be? Didn't Mrs. E call the police? Gun Yinji asked curiously. Qin Suan was a famous lawyer. How could she let go of those who stole things and set the house on fire? What's the use of calling the police? By the time she called the police, several years had passed. Where would the police go to catch the thieves? The middle-aged woman helped the old woman into the house. After walking up the steps, she looked back and saw the young girl looking at her silently. Her big eyes were black under the sun, like black holes in the universe. Once light went in, it couldn't come out. Gun Yinji sighed softly and waved at the grandmother and grandson. Finally, she turned around and left. Xiaoheng followed beside her and didn't say anything. He just held her hand firmly. Gun Yinji didn't want to say a word. After getting into the car, she leaned her head against the window and quietly looked at the street view outside the car. The sycamore trees by the side of the road began to grow green leaves, and the mottled trunks still had the smell of winter. She looked at all of this, but it flashed through her mind like a fleeting shadow, leaving no trace. There was only one sentence in her mind. Qin Suan. Hijichu's mother was very likely her mother too. Xiaoheng was very worried about her. As he drove, he advised, don't jump to conclusions too early. Maybe the grandmother and grandson just remembered wrongly. Gun Yinji didn't turn around. She leaned against the window and said aloofly, do you still remember the underwater submarine in the other world? Do you remember the first time you saw the bodies of Gu Xiangwen and his wife over there? Xiaoheng didn't say anything. How could he forget? On the other side, Gu Xiangwen was also an unyielding genius scientist. I remember what his wife looked like. Xiaoheng paused. His wife's English name seems to be Grace. Gun Yinji suddenly turned to look at him. I said, I think I've seen the name Grace somewhere before. It was because she looked exactly like Qin Yaowang that I was extremely shocked when I first saw Qin Yaowang in this world. At that time, I really thought that Qin Yaowang was my biological mother. Even if she didn't treat me well and use me as a guinea pig, I never doubted it. Because the Mrs. Gu over there looked like Qin Yaoguang. According to the principle of correspondence, then the Qin Yaoguang over here should be my biological mother. Gunyinji muttered, she looked so much like the Mrs. Gu over there. I immediately had the first impression and decided that she was my biological mother. I didn't expect her to have such a trick up her sleeve. She hadn't expected Qin Yaoguang to have undergone plastic surgery. Qin Suan had also undergone plastic surgery after her face had been disfigured by the car accident. Are these two people going to change their faces? Gunyinji exhaled. She was so weak that she couldn't get up. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. Qin Yaoguang might have used biological plastic surgery to look like Qin Suan, but Qin Suan didn't have the typical appearance of the Qin family's daughter. Gunyinji lowered her eyes and thought about it. She supported her chin with her hand and pursed her lips. That's true. How could they be so stupid? If Qin Suan had the typical appearance of the Qin family's daughter, wouldn't it be obvious that people would think too much? So Qin Suan must only look like a passerby. Then do you want to do a DNA test and do a paternity test? Hua Xiaoheng suddenly thought that if Gunyinji's biological mother was Qin Suan, then wouldn't he Jichu be her half-brother? This was too ridiculous. Hua Xiaoheng tightened his grip on the steering wheel and asked calmly, does your father know about this? Gunyinji furrowed her brows. You probably don't know, right? If he knew, why would he send her to the He family and agree to her engagement to He Jichu? At this moment, Gunyinji also came to a realization. If Qin Suan was really her biological mother, then He Jichu would be her biological brother from a different father. OMG, she had almost married her own brother. Gunyinji felt terrible. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1779, I Feel Terrible. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. In monthly votes, moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1791. Gunyinji looked at Hua Xiaoheng in a panic, her dark, manga-like eyes filled with unease and fear. Hua Xiaoheng sighed and reached out to hold her hand. Don't be afraid. It's not that simple. Go back and ask your father. Gunyinji nodded repeatedly. She couldn't even wait to return to her apartment. She immediately took out her phone to video call Lu Jin. Lu Jin took a while to pick up. He was wearing a white lab coat and looked like he had just come out of the lab. He smiled at Gunyinji and said, Nyinji, what's up? Gunyinji's heart was pounding. After a while, she finally squeezed out the words, Dad, who is my biological mother? Lu Jin didn't seem to have expected her to ask such a question. He paused for a few seconds before saying, Have you had lunch? Gunyinji thought that Lu Jin was deliberately changing the topic and said angrily, Dad, don't interrupt. I'm not hungry. I don't want lunch. Tell me, who is my biological mother? How can we skip lunch? Your stomach won't be able to handle it. If you don't eat lunch at noon, your blood sugar will also rise. You won't have the energy to work in the afternoon, which is harmful to your health. Let's go eat lunch. I still have experiments to do. The phone rang, and Lu Jin's profile picture disappeared. He cut off the video call. In Gunyinji's eyes, this was a proper guilty conscience. He knows. He really knows. Gunyinji was furious. She couldn't wait to fly back to the imperial capital and confront Lu Jin. Hua Xiaoheng thought so too. After all, the way Lu Jin changed the topic in the video call was too clumsy. However, Lu Jin had a serious interpersonal disorder to begin with. Neither Hua Xiaoheng nor Gunyinji suspected anything from his behavior. What should we do? Major General Hua? Are we going back to the capital now? Gunyinji was restless and couldn't calm down at all. It would be a miracle if an ordinary person could remain calm after encountering such a thing. Hua Xiaoheng understood Gunyinji's feelings, but he was much more mature and steady than Gunyinji. Although he was also shocked, he wouldn't make an impulsive decision. He patted Gunyinji's hand. Don't worry. Go back and get some rest. Take a shower, and I'll take you out for some good food. We'll discuss the next step tomorrow. Okay? Gunyinji was very disappointed. Why do we have to wait until tomorrow? I can't wait any longer. Hua Xiaoheng patiently analyzed the situation with her. What can you do even if you go back to your father now? Don't forget that he lied to you once. To verify the parent-child relationship between you and Qin Yaowang. You guys are clearly not biological mother and daughter, but he lied to you and said yes. These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Gun Yinji's heated mind. She began to calm down. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her. Seeing that she was no longer so agitated that she couldn't sit still, he breathed a sigh of relief. He squeezed her hand and continued. Your DNA can't be casually taken out for testing. Qin Suan has been dead for so many years. How are you going to test it? Do you really want to verify your sibling relationship with He Zhichu? Gun Yinji averted her eyes in embarrassment. She and He Zhichu had almost fallen in love with each other. Just thinking about it made him feel extremely awkward. Seeing that she understood, Hua Xiaoheng finally let go. With both hands on the steering wheel, he stepped on the gas and sped towards their apartment in the West District. Hua Xiaoheng's deep voice was magnetic and comforted Gun Yinji's panicked emotions. You'll know once you check the information on DNA testing. With our current level of technology, it's almost impossible to directly verify that you and He Zhichu are half-siblings. Although Hua Xiaoheng wasn't a biological genetic expert, due to his profession, he had seen Chun Lai do many DNA testing experiments to provide evidence for their work. Chun Lai had told him many times about the shortcomings of DNA testing. In other words, this method could achieve a 100% accuracy in verifying that the two were not related by parentage. However, to verify that the two were related by parentage, the probability would never be 100%. You'll know once you check it out. The DNA similarity between humans and gorillas is 98%, and the DNA similarity between humans and dogs is 96%. The differences between the genes of different species truly explain what it means to be. The slightest difference makes a huge difference. So you see, how difficult is it to prove that two people are related by blood? It's said that more specialized methods are needed to conduct the test, and they can't give you a 100% answer. The more distant the blood, the harder it is to determine whether they are related by blood. So for now, only direct relatives, such as parents and children, are legally valid. Siblings were not counted as direct relatives. Gun Yinji listened to Hua Xiaoheng's deep voice in the car, as if it was beside her ears. She listened to him silently before asking in a hoarse voice. Then what should we do? Aren't we going to verify it? There's really no way to directly verify whether young master he and I are half-siblings. After Gun Yinji's panic, she quickly calmed down. She was no longer blindly afraid and wanted to find a way to solve the problem. But we can verify it indirectly. Gun Yinji took out her phone and found He Zhichu's phone number. First, verify the parentage of young master he and his mother, Qin Suan, and then verify the parentage of my mother and me. Is that okay? Just like solving an equation. If A equals B and C equals B, then A equals C. Qin Suan was the bridge to verify whether He Zhichu and Gun Yinji were related by blood. Hua Xiaoheng nodded slightly. Of course, but is there any blood or hair left on young master he's mother's side? Gun Yinji sighed. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult. And he passed away more than 10 years ago, right? I wonder who still has some of her belongings? At this point, Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng both thought of He Chengjian. It could be said that everyone in the Huaxiao Empire knew that He Chengjian was crazy in love with his wife, Qin Suan. The year Qin Suan suddenly passed away, He Chengjian almost turned the entire country upside down just to arrest Gu Xiangwen, who had seen Qin Suan for the last time. The omnipresent pursuit only came to an end when Gu Xiangwen showed up 8 years ago and burned himself to death at the busy market under the watchful eyes of the public. If he found out that Qin Suan had a child with Gu Xiangwen, Gun Yinji couldn't help shivering. For the first time, she suddenly understood why Lu Jin had avoided talking about this matter. He had even lied to her and said that the annoying Qin Yaowang was her biological mother. Gun Yinji weighed her hatred for Qin Yaowang and her fear of He Chengjian. Which one was more important? She couldn't tell the difference. She even felt that it would be better to let Qin Yaowang wear the hat of her biological mother and not provoke that lunatic He Changjian. Her back, which had been hit by the heavy sniper rifle, began to ache. She had already completely recovered, but the pain had already been integrated into her memory. It was a psychological pain that couldn't be erased. The last trace of blood on Gun Yinji's face had disappeared completely. Hua Xiaoheng also had a headache. He Changjian was too much of a variable. No wonder Lu Jin would rather lie to Gun Yinji than tell her who her biological mother was. He looked up at Gun Yinji and felt sorry for her. In order to divert Gun Yinji's attention, Hua Xiaoheng quietly changed the topic and said, "But it's strange. If young Master He's mother, Qin Suan, looked like you when she was young, then when she grew up and saw Qin Yaoguang, didn't she feel anything?" Gun Yinji was slightly taken aback. That was an interesting angle. She pulled down the mirror on the roof of the car and looked at it carefully. "My nose is exactly the same as my father's, and it's also the same as cousin Xie's. They're all the noses of the Gu family." Gun Yinji tapped her straight and exquisite nose with her hand, then slid her fingers to her mouth and poked two dimples. According to what the two neighbors said just now, and Qin Yaoguang's appearance after plastic surgery, it proves that my mouth, dimples, and eyes should look like my biological mother's. Hua Xiaoheng grunted. "Your lips are very unique. Qin Yaoguang is very similar to you. First of all, it's her lips that look especially similar when she smiles. But if you look closely, when she doesn't smile, Qin Yaoguang's eyes aren't as big as yours." Gun Yinji raised her eyelids and widened her eyes. She carefully observed her appearance in the mirror and smiled. "Do you know why? Because the eyes can't be modified. Normally, opening the corners of the eyes and the ends of the eyes only lengthens the length of the eyes. It doesn't expand the depth of the eyes, which is also the width of the eyes. And whether the eyes are really big or not depends on the size of the pupils and the width of the upper and lower eyes. No matter how much she does biological plastic surgery, she can't do plastic surgery on the pupils, nor can she change the width of the upper and lower eyes." Hua Xiaoheng turned the steering wheel and drove into the neighborhood. He said, "You're right, but you still can't explain why Qin Suan didn't recognize Qin Yaoguang's appearance." Gun Yinji's mind worked very quickly. She clasped her hands and said, "Yes, but she just didn't recognize it, so there's only one reason." "What reason?" She forgot. Gun Yinji turned to look at Hua Xiaoheng and pointed at her head. "Maybe she's like me and forgot what happened before the car accident." Of course, this forgetting included forgetting everything. If Gun Yinji didn't look at the photos, she wouldn't have remembered what she looked like when she was a child. Hua Xiaoheng frowned and thought about it carefully. He nodded slowly and said, "I think that's the only reason. Yes, I think that might be the reason why he couldn't find any evidence." Gun Yinji lowered her eyes and rubbed her phone again. She said, "At that time, I heard from my father that he had investigated her parent car accident, but she didn't continue investigating because she didn't have any evidence. I was confused at the time. She was the person involved, so she could testify directly. If she lost her memory at that time, then it would explain why she was looking for other evidence." Hua Xiaoheng immediately said, "But I remember your father also saying that Qin Suan personally testified to the police after the car accident that her parents were drunk driving." This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1780, Choosing the Lesser of Two Evils. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. It was the end of the month. Everyone, hand over your monthly votes at 8 p.m., the second update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1792. Gun Yinji was taken aback by the question. She frowned and thought about it for a while, but she still didn't understand. He said that her parents were drunk driving after the car accident. Did she recover from her injuries? Gun Yinji asked in confusion. How could she answer the police's questions with such serious injuries? Hua Xiaoheng smirked. Good question. I've been thinking about this too. Unfortunately, there were no recording devices in that era, and there were no recording devices in the car. After so long, it's really not easy to find the truth. Gun Yinji shook her head emotionally. Was this one of the reasons why he gave up in the end? Although the whole case is suspicious, firstly, she doesn't have any direct evidence, and secondly, she doesn't remember. Well, Xiaoheng couldn't help but laugh as he pulled out the car key. You've already confirmed that she lost her memory. What if she didn't? Get out of the car, have a good rest, and we'll decide tomorrow. Xiaoheng got out of the car first and went around to Gu Nianji's side to open the door for her. When Gu Nianji got out of the car, she was still thinking about it and couldn't stop thinking about it. In the bustling metropolis, Lu Jin, who had just come out of the hotel, received an automatic message from his computer. Every time Gu Nianji contacted the other side, the computer would send him the contents of the contact so that he could be prepared. He turned on his phone and opened the video recorded on his computer. Gu Nianji's face appeared on his phone screen. Lu Jin couldn't help smiling. Gu Nianji blurted out, "Dad, who is my biological mother?" Lu Jin's smile froze on his lips. Why are you suddenly asking this question? Could it be that they had found something when they went to Sea City to investigate Qin Huichang's family? Lu Jin looked at his phone in disbelief. Back then, Qin Sun had gone there to investigate, but she hadn't found anything in the end, so Lu Jin hadn't expected Gu Nianji to find anything. Could it be that he was wrong? The student has surpassed the master? In a video call, because his artificial intelligence couldn't find the right topic to answer, he could only use the preset eating program to answer. After Gu Nianji heard it, she became very angry. "Dad, don't interrupt. I'm not hungry. I don't want lunch. Tell me, who is my biological mother?" Judging from her expression, it seemed like she had really discovered something incredible. Lu Jin's face turned suspiciously red. His fingers trembled as he shyly turned off the video call. However, his smart computer had the same idea as him and quickly cut off the video call. Lu Jin heaved a sigh of relief, but the guilt in his heart made him not dare to think further. He was a filthy person. After doing such a thing, Suwon would never forgive him. His daughter would never forgive him either. Lu Jin raised his head and looked at the towering building opposite him. He gripped his phone tightly in his hand. He was too ashamed to see Gu Nianji. If he could get rid of the people here, he would feel less guilty. Gu Nianji returned to the apartment with a solemn expression. She didn't chatter like before. Instead, she went to the bathroom in silence and came out to eat in silence. Xiaoheng had wanted to take her out to eat, but seeing that she was depressed, he didn't want to go out. He called a hotel that specialized in Spanish cuisine and ordered takeout. On the dining table was Gu Nianji's favorite seafood fried rice. Although it wasn't made by Xiaoheng, it was still very authentic for the hotel. The appearance of this fried rice was very good, and the ingredients were very particular. It could be said that the quality of this fried rice didn't lie in the chef's skills, but in the ingredients. If the ingredients were good, it would be better than ordinary ingredients. The plate of Spanish seafood fried rice in front of her was made of top-notch ingredients. The snow-white, round Spanish bahia rice, after being wrapped in saffron seasoning, was as yellow as a fried egg. It whetted one's appetite at first sight. There were also black clams, red prawns, green peppers, and squid tentacles that were almost transparent. They were embellished with grains of yellow, round, and fat fried rice. It was full of heat, like a passionate Spanish girl inviting you to taste them. Because Gu Nianji didn't eat onions, Xiaoheng had specially instructed the hotel staff not to add onions. However, if this kind of Spanish seafood fried rice didn't add onions, the taste would be different. Therefore, under Xiaoheng's instructions, the hotel chef replaced the whole onion with a seasoning made of onion powder and nutmeg. Not only did it taste good, but it was also better than only using a large piece of onion. Gu Nianji took a bite with the spoon and paused. She looked up at Xiaoheng and said in surprise, "You made this?" Only Xiaoheng could make the authentic taste of Spanish seafood fried rice without onions. Xiaoheng shook his head with a smile. "I ordered takeout, but I shared a little of my exclusive secret recipe with the hotel chef." Of course, he didn't tell her the complete recipe, but the hotel chef also worked for this bowl of rice, so he figured out a good proportion himself. Gu Nianji was hungry, so she quickly buried her head in the food. She was in a better mood after the meal. Good food had always had the effect of soothing tension. This was why some people liked to eat when they were depressed. That was the self-protection and repair function of the human body. Returning to the living room, Gun Yinji slumped on the sofa and took out her phone to look at tomorrow's schedule. She said dryly, "Do you still want to continue the investigation tomorrow? If not, then go back." She couldn't wait to go back and investigate Qin Suan's DNA. There was one last person on their list. This person was a friend of Qin Huichang and his wife. He was more than 10 years younger than the couple, so they could be considered friends despite the difference in age. Looking at the information, this person used to be a small business. In the early days of the reform, he bought more than a dozen houses in Sea City. At that time, the houses were ridiculously cheap compared to now, but it was still very difficult for people with a salary at that time to afford them. This person was a small business, and he had probably accumulated some initial capital back then. He didn't use it to expand his business, but when commercial housing first appeared, he used it all to buy a house. He could be considered a person with a financial mind. Later, the houses he bought were demolished one after another. Just the housing subsidies alone had been taken for more than a dozen new houses in the city, not to mention the cash subsidies. Gun Yinji checked the current price of these houses and clicked her tongue. This person is a hidden billionaire. One of his houses was worth tens of millions of yuan. With more than a dozen of them, he was a proper billionaire. Gun Yinji smiled and said, "This person is the youngest among the people we investigated, and he is also the most familiar with Qin Huichang and his wife. I hope he has more clues." "Don't get your hopes up." Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. If he had more clues, Mrs. He and Qin Suan wouldn't have stopped the investigation. With Hua Xiaoheng's intuition, he felt that even if this person knew something, he wouldn't say it. Otherwise, he would have told Qin Suan long ago. Why would he wait for them to ask? Gun Yinji pursed her lips and turned her head stubbornly. "I'm different from Annie. Annie, he might not remember anything. It's too difficult to find clues." She pointed at her head and said confidently, "But I'm different. I know some things that Annie he might not remember. More importantly, I have a preconceived idea." So what? Lawyers were different from police officers. When the police were handling a case, they shouldn't have preconceived ideas. This would affect their normal handling of the case and restrict their thinking. However, lawyers were defending their clients. If they couldn't presume to find the right direction of the argument, it would be very difficult for them to win the case. For lawyers, their duty wasn't to present the truth to the public, but to help their clients win the case. As for whether they presented the whole truth or the partial truth, it was up to the judge and jury to judge. Whether it was the whole truth or the partial truth, as long as it wasn't fabricated, it was legal. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and patted her head. "Okay, I'll go find this person tomorrow." The weather the next day wasn't very good. When they went out, they found that it had started to drizzle again. The rain was dense and soft on their faces. It also carried the unique fragrance of spring vegetation. Like the beauties in Sea City, it was as soft as water. Gun Yinji got into the car and used the map on her phone to guide Hua Xiaoheng. More than 10 minutes later, they stopped in front of a Chinese-style courtyard. Gun Yinji looked at the antique Chinese-style courtyard and clicked her tongue. "It's too extravagant to have such a house in this place. It's even more valuable than the Qin family's bungalow." This is the second update of the day. Chapter 1781, Preconceived Ideas. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. It's the end of the month. Everyone, hand over your monthly votes. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1793. The Chinese-style courtyard was close to a green space in the city center. The front yard was a wide lawn, and a walkway was built around the wall. The white walls and black tiles extended all the way to the private garden in the backyard. There was a row of evergreen camphor trees planted around it, and the rolled-up rooftop was hidden under the green trees. It looked like a mountain range and visually expanded the size of the courtyard. Gun Yinji had only glanced at it casually, but she already felt it was extraordinary. This kind of Chinese-style courtyard took up a lot of space, and there was a wide courtyard in the city center. Gun Yinji pouted and whispered, "This could be a museum, right? Which powerless person would dare to live in such a place with such a large area?" At this point, money alone couldn't buy a house like this. Hua Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes and looked it over. He had the same question, but didn't mutter it like Gun Yinji. The two of them came here to explore the way today, and they were dressed differently. They weren't dressed like ordinary tourists like yesterday. Today, the two of them were dressed especially fashionably, and they were especially cultured, the kind of fashion worn by freelance artists in Brooklyn, New York. They both wore large sunglasses, and their hair was deliberately messy, but it wasn't really messy. It was carefully styled with hair gel. There was order in the mess, and only arrogance could be seen. He was wearing a Panama hat, a black suede vest, and Harlem pants. He looked like an overseas Chinese who had just returned from New York. They raised the SLR camera in their hands and kept taking pictures of the courtyard, constantly making very exaggerated tones and poses. Oh my God, this is so beautiful. It's so beautiful, fabulous, beautiful beyond belief. They had just taken 2 pictures at the door when a young girl dressed as a nanny in a white shirt and black pants walked out of the Chinese-style house. She walked along the small gray gravel path on the front lawn. Standing in front of the wooden fence at the door, she smiled and asked, "What are you two doing?" Gun Yinji quickly put away the camera and gave her a thumbs up in Chinese with a strong foreign accent. "It's so beautiful. It's so great." The young girl pursed her lips and smiled. "You're foreigners? Where are you from?" "New York. We came here from New York to get some sightseeing and sketch." Gun Yinji stammered and gestured wildly with her arms as she spoke. She behaved like a Chinese child born and raised overseas. The young lady's attitude became even better. She smiled and said, "Our master happens to be at home today. He saw you hanging around the door and wanted to invite you in for a cup of tea." Gun Yinji was alarmed, but she maintained a nonchalant expression on her face. She smiled and said, "No, I won't disturb you anymore. We just take pictures and paint from life. Our courtyard is very beautiful." The young lady pushed open the gate. "If you don't come in today, you might not be able to see it again." Gun Yinji pretended to be surprised and pushed her sunglasses to the top of her head. Her eyes widened. Why? Our owner is going to emigrate. He donated this house to the city's museum." The young lady made way for them. "The furniture inside is all made of rosewood. They will be left behind and not taken away." Gun Yinji exclaimed and gave her a thumbs up. "Your owner is so great." Hua Xiaoheng took out a cigarette and took a drag. He put it in his mouth and pretended to be sloppy. He mumbled, "Then let's take a look." It also felt like a foreigner speaking Mandarin. The young lady glanced at Hua Xiaoheng and smiled as she pointed to the wood-colored trash hidden on the other side of the fence. "You can't smoke here. Sir, please throw your cigarette here." Hua Xiaoheng grunted and reluctantly threw the cigarette away. Gun Yinji saw that Hua Xiaoheng didn't object, so she followed him into the courtyard. The young lady gently closed the door behind them and led them to the main house. The steps at the door were made of stone. She couldn't tell what material it was made of, but the placement of the pieces was well-proportioned and had a quaint charm. It looked like the owner of the house was someone who liked traditional culture. Gun Yinji muttered as she walked in. "Here they are, sir," said the young girl, halting in front of him and bowing respectfully at the waist. Gun Yinji couldn't help but roll her eyes. What day and age was it? Even being a servant was a decent job and earned money by hard work. Why did she have to bow and scrape to this extent? Did she really think Annie May, the British Prime Minister, would want to kneel down and kiss Prince William's feet when she saw him? Speaking of which, that person wasn't even a prince yet. Gun Yinji cursed silently. Hua Xiaoheng was already studying the old man sitting on the sofa in the middle of the living room. He wasn't young, but he took good care of himself. He looked like he was in his early 50s, but according to the information, he was already 65 years old. His hair wasn't bad. It was only slightly gray and not dyed black. His face was slightly chubby, so the wrinkles weren't obvious. There was a set of kung fu tea on the mahogany coffee table in front of him. Seeing them enter, he casually raised his hand and smiled. "Nice to meet you too. Your guest from afar. Would you like to sit down and have a cup of tea?" Gun Yinji poked her head out from behind Hua Xiaoheng and wrinkled her nose mischievously. she said with a look of disgust. I hate drinking tea. I only drink Coke. The man stared at Gunyenji. After a while, he smiled slightly and said to the young girl standing next to him, Ame, go buy 2 bottles of Coke. The young girl nodded with a smile and turned to leave. Hua Xiaoheng took Gunyenji's hand and walked with her to the sofa to sit across from the man. Hello. Sorry to disturb you. We just came from New York. We're art students here to sketch and take pictures. Hua Xiaoheng gestured with his accent perfectly. As a former field officer stationed abroad, Hua Xiaoheng's disguise skills were superb. Gunyenji didn't want to cause trouble for him, so she spoke as little as possible. It's okay, it's okay. The man smiled. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes appeared at this moment, and he looked a little weathered. His eyes wandered between Hua Xiaoheng and Gunyenji before finally staring at Gunyenji's face. He smiled and said, Miss, did you also just come back from abroad? Of Gunyenji shrugged. It's cleaner here than in New York. I like it here very much. Hearing Gunyenji say this, the man laughed loudly and slightly dispelled some of his doubts. Only someone who had actually lived in New York for a while could say that Sea City was cleaner than New York. The man poured himself a small cup of kung fu tea and held it in his hand. He took a deep breath of the hot air and smelled it. Then he blew on it and took a sip. He closed his eyes and savored the taste of the tea. Gunyenji resisted looking at Hua Xiaoheng and only curiously looked at the furniture in the room. The young lady had said it was all rosewood, but Gunyenji actually didn't know much about wood. She looked around and thought the room was quite dark. There was an older cabinet in the corner with complicated carvings. It looked like the craftsmanship was exquisite, but Gunyenji didn't like the dark color scheme. To be honest, if no one lived here, it would be a museum of ancient furniture. The man finished his cup of tea and opened his eyes to see Gunyenji turning her head to look around. Her large eyes exuded an almost ignorant innocence. She was like a child from a wealthy family who didn't understand the suffering of the world. Gunyenji had also changed her makeup today. She wore dark blue contact lenses to make her eyes look blue. Her hair was dyed a light color, and her nose was tall and straight. She looked like a mixed-blood Chinese, although her lips were still very obvious. However, there were many people with lips like that. Lips alone didn't mean anything. The man looked away and smiled as he told them about New York. I just came back from New York last year. It's a good place. I have an apartment in New York Central Park. You can see the green space in the park from the window. The scenery is pretty good. Gunyenji suddenly pretended to be even more shocked. You're in Central Park? There's an apartment in Central Park? You must be very rich. The apartments there are too expensive. I'm old, and I just want to find a good place to spend my remaining years. What does it matter if it's expensive? Money is meant to be spent anyway. I don't have any descendants. I didn't bring them with me when I was born, and I won't take them with me when I die. When I'm done spending it, I'll give it back to society. The man said as he looked at Gunyenji with a smile. Miss, you're American? What do your parents do? Gunyenji nodded. My father is an elementary school teacher, and my mother is a housewife. They don't have much money, so I have to work to pay for school. She pointed to the camera in front of her chest and said seriously, I just accepted a job from a magazine to come to the Huaxiao Empire to take some photos of ancient buildings. I can also earn some money for next semester's school fees. The man smiled even more kindly and praised Gunyenji. You're ambitious. There are too few girls like you these days. You can rely on your face to make a living, but you have to compete with others for talent. Gunyenji touched her face and pretended not to understand. She pretended to be confused. What do you mean rely on my face to make a living? Can my face be eaten? Oh, ha ha. The man was amused by Gunyenji's words and laughed loudly. He shook his head. No, your Chinese is really... Gunyenji finally glanced at Hua Xiaoheng and whispered, Did I say something wrong? Hua Xiaoheng also looked confused. You should be right? The two of them looked like young Huaxiao people who didn't understand Chinese at all. While they were talking, the young lady came back with a bag of cola and some cold drinks. She put the things in an icebox and said to Gunyenji and Hua Xiaoheng, Our master doesn't eat these things, so we don't have them at home. We just bought them from outside. Gunyenji took a can of Coke and quickly scanned it. Seeing there were no problems, she opened the cap and took a sip. She said emotionally, "How can we not have Coke? What would life be like without Coke?" Hua Xiaoheng also took a bottle of Coke, but didn't drink it. He put it on the coffee table in front of him and nodded at the old man. He asked the young lady standing next to him, "May I ask where the bathroom is? Can I borrow it?" The young lady quickly said, "Please come with me." She took Hua Xiaoheng to the bathroom. Only Gun Yinji and the old man were in the living room. Gun Yinji stretched her long legs and hummed an off-key English song. She looked very relaxed. The old man stared at her again and said slowly, "What's your name? How old are you this year?" Gun Yinji smiled and said, "My name is Grace. I'm 18 this year." "Why?" She purposely said she was 2 years younger, like a university student who had just started university. The old man's eyes narrowed when he heard Gun Yinji's English name was Grace. He quickly composed himself and said nonchalantly, "You just said you have to pay for your own university tuition?" "Yes." Gun Yinji frowned and put the Coke on the coffee table. "My family doesn't have money, and I didn't apply for a scholarship." "Oh, you don't know how tiring working is." The old man smiled slowly and reached out to cover Gun Yinji's hand before she could pull it back. He said, "You can find someone to pay for you." "I did, but I couldn't find anyone." Gun Yinji pulled her hand back without batting an eyelid. She smiled mischievously. "How can there be such a good thing? Who would pay for my tuition for no reason?" This is the first chapter of the day. Chapter 1782, Relying on Your Looks to Make a Living. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. It's the end of the month. Everyone, please hand over your monthly votes at 8 p.m., the second chapter. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1794. How could that be? The old man narrowed his eyes at Gun Yinji. His gaze lingered on her curvy lips as he said, "Since you're from New York, there's no way you don't know that the college girls there love to look for sugar. Daddy, right?" Gun Yinji was instantly furious. This was an insult to her. But on the surface, he had to pretend to be interested and said, "Some of my classmates are looking for her. I also know of a website that specifically asks them to look for sugar. Daddies." The old man smiled and slowly stood up. "Think about it. If you're interested, you can come to New York Central Park to find me at any time." He placed an English business card in front of Gun Yinji and didn't rush her. It was obvious that he was playing hard to get. Gun Yinji looked down at the name card and quickly tried to figure out what this person meant. Gun Yinji didn't think she was so beautiful that a person he met for the first time would suggest taking care of her. However, this person didn't seem like he was joking. Gun Yinji reached out and picked up the business card. She looked up and smiled. "I'll think about it." Her beauty was originally dynamic and delicate. It was especially moving when she spoke. However, when she looked up and smiled, it was like spring had returned to the earth and everything had come back to life. Her eyes were filled with the radiance of spring and were dazzlingly beautiful. The old man's eyes darkened. He seemed to have thought of something and nodded at Gun Yinji. "Think about it. I'm tired and need a rest. You can help yourself. The furniture here is not bad, and the garden outside is not bad. You could take any pictures." Gun Yinji agreed with a smile. "Thank you." She asked again, "May I ask your name? How should I address you?" The man didn't turn around. He stopped in his tracks and said dryly, "My surname is Su. You can call me Mr. Su." Gun Yinji replied, "Thank you, Mr. Su." "Okay." The man responded and went to the stairs. After the man went upstairs, Hua Xiaoheng came out of the bathroom. He was still carefree and careless. He kicked the sofa Gun Yinji was sitting on. "Grace, are you coming? I'm hungry. I want to eat." Gun Yinji smiled and got up. "Let's go then. I want to eat too." She walked out with Hua Xiaoheng. The old man, who was already in the bedroom upstairs, pushed aside a painting on the wall and opened a hidden safe on the wall behind the painting. He took out a yellowed photograph and examined it carefully. The photo was taken on film decades ago, and with the passage of time, the clarity was very low. But even if it started to blur, one could still make out the pretty and lively smiling face of the young girl sitting between the two elegant men and women. The way she smiled was so similar to the girl downstairs who claimed to be from New York. The old man's eyes flashed. He put the photo back in the safe and put the painting back in front of him. He went to the window and saw the two young men, who said they were from New York, crossing the front yard on their way out. The old man picked up the phone and said to the young servant who was seeing the guests off, "Please come back. I have an old photo from decades ago. The little girl in the photo looks a bit like that girl. They should be interested. Ask them if they want to see it." The young servant was a bit surprised, but she still did as she was told. She called out to Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng and said with a smile, "Please wait. Our master said he has an old photo from decades ago. The little girl in the photo looks a bit like you. Are you interested? Do you want to see it?" An old photo from decades ago. Gu Nianji's eyes suddenly lit up. There was finally a photo. There was also a little girl who looked a bit like Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji's intuition told her that the photo was related to Qin Huichang's family. Hua Xiaoheng felt a bit uncomfortable with the old man and didn't want to go back to see the photo. However, Gu Nianji was very stubborn. She squeezed Hua Xiaoheng's hand and said to the young servant, "You go back first. I'll discuss it with my companion. He's in a hurry to go back for dinner." "Okay." The young servant saw that the two of them didn't know what was good for them and actually didn't listen to her master. She was a bit disdainful of them, but still appeared very polite on the surface. She turned around and went back to the main room. Gu Nianji saw that the person had gone far away and whispered to Hua Xiaoheng, "Go take a look. Maybe there's a major breakthrough?" Hua Xiaoheng stared at her and said indifferently, "I saw him touch your hand in the living room." Gu Nianji's face suddenly turned red and she whispered, "I was beating him at his own game. He said sugar. He asked me if I wanted to find someone to help pay for the tuition. I was pretending to be confused with him." Hua Xiaoheng stroked her hair and said helplessly, "You can't beat him at his own game. We don't know how to do such a thing. This kind of method is the worst, and it usually doesn't make up for the loss." Gu Nianji pushed his hand away and said sullenly, "I won't find sugar, but I must see the photo. After investigating for so long, this is the first time I've had the chance to see an old photo related to Qin Huichang's family. The photo must have Qin Suin's appearance before the car accident." Hua Xiaoheng watched Gu Nianji turn around and leave the main room, so he had no choice but to follow her. The old man hid behind the thin lattice antique window upstairs and watched everything silently. Seeing that they had turned around, the old man took out a remade photo and put it in an envelope. He rang the bell for another male servant and said, "Give this photo to them and tell them that this is a remake." The original photo is on the table in the small living room on the first floor, the small table in the middle of the room. The male servant agreed and took the envelope with the photo downstairs. The old man also went downstairs and went to the small living room to put his things down. Then, he came out and left through the back door. Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng had just walked in. The male servant handed them the envelope with the remade photo and said, "This is for you from our master." Gu Nianji took it and opened the envelope. She took out a photo that was obviously a remade photo. The photo was very old and very blurry. It could be seen that the original photo was old, so the remade photo was even more blurry. But it could also be seen that this was a family photo of three. It had the characteristics of that era. Sitting in front of her own small Western-style building, the hostess had a high table beside her, and there was a pot of flowers on the high table. Sitting between the hostess and the hostess was a little girl with two braids. Her face was very small, and the clarity of the photo was too low, so it was almost impossible to see her face clearly. However, the hostess and the hostess could still see their faces clearly. She could vaguely make out their handsome and elegant appearance. Judging from their age, they should be in their early 30s. It was exactly the same as the photo of Qin Huichang and his wife that Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng had collected. They had found the photo from the university information of Qin Huichang and his wife when they had entered the workforce, but it was a 1-inch square registration photo. Gu Nianji was excited and quickly asked, "Do you have the original photo? This seems to be a remake, right?" The male servant was very impressed with his master's ingenuity and quickly said, "Yes, it's in the room over there. Our master treasures this photo very much, so the original can't be shown to just anyone. Gu Nianji nodded in understanding and quickly walked over. Hua Xiaoheng's emotions were very complicated. He hadn't expected this old man to really have an old photo of Qin Huichang's family. What did this mean? This meant that this person's relationship with Qin Huichang's family wasn't ordinary. Compared to the two colleagues and neighbors in front of him, he should know more. However, Hua Xiaoheng instinctively didn't like that person's behavior. How could Qin Huichang and his wife be best friends with this kind of person? Hua Xiaoheng was a little puzzled and followed Gu Nianji into the small meeting room next to them. The meeting room was indeed very small and full of furniture. It filled the already small space to the brim, and there was almost no place to stand. There were antique curtains hanging in front of the window, and antique palace lanterns hung at the four corners of the roof. There was no natural light shining in the room, and the palace lanterns were dim, illuminating everything in the room. It was as if she had walked into the dust of history. Gu Nianji looked straight ahead and went straight to the small table in the middle of the small meeting room. There was a doll standing on the table. It was wearing a pink and purple misty princess dress, with thick bangs, long and thin eyes, a face like a silver plate, and a plump figure. It looked like a little girl walking out of an ancient painting. It was not a common Western doll, but a doll with ancient characteristics of the empire. There was also an envelope in front of the doll, exactly the same as the one the male servant had brought. The original film must be inside. Gu Nianji's heart pounded. She had seen that doll before. It was almost identical to the doll she was hugging in the photo on her 11th birthday. Later, Hua Xiaoheng and the others made a batch of replicas based on the doll in the photo, intending to comfort the 12-year-old Gu Nianji's frightened emotions. Gu Nianji had always liked these dolls. They used to be the best memories of her youth because she thought they represented her forgotten childhood. Later, she discovered that the doll's facial features and demeanor were somewhat similar to Wen Shui's, so she didn't like them anymore. But why would a doll like this appear here? Could it also have something to do with her maternal grandparents and biological mother? Did the envelope in front of the doll contain the original film? She was finally going to see her mother's childhood photo. Hua Xiaoheng followed her in and quickly glanced around. Suddenly, his gaze froze, and he stood still. He was about to tell Gu Nianji not to move, but Gu Nianji was so excited that she had already reached out for the envelope in front of the doll on the table. The envelope was actually stuck together with the doll. Gu Nianji instinctively tightened her grip on the doll and yanked it up. She wanted to pick up the doll and the letter together. The doll and letter were both pulled up by her, but at that moment, she seemed to have triggered some kind of mechanism. She heard a rumbling sound and felt the ground beneath her feet disappear. The floor she was standing on suddenly staggered to both sides, revealing a hole in the ground below. She didn't have time to scream before she fell in. Hua Xiaoheng only had half a second to think. The door behind him was closing automatically, and the loose floor in front of him was also closing automatically. In a flash, Hua Xiaoheng directly pounced towards the loose floor and jumped down after Gu Nianji before it closed again. This is the second update of the day. Chapter 1783, Scene Reenactment 1. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. It's the end of the month, everyone. Hand over your monthly votes. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1795. There was a soft click, and the floor closed up seamlessly. It was as if nothing had happened. In the quaint guest room, the curtains were lowered, and the palace lantern shone with apricot yellow light, shining on the head of the doll, standing on the table in the middle of the room. The doll's cherry lips seemed to be smiling, but also seemed to be crying. Gu Nianji fell from the air with a bang and fell heavily to the ground. After the floor was closed, the space below was so dark that she couldn't even see her fingers. Her head hit the ground hard, and she was dizzy. Fortunately, the space under the floor wasn't very large, so she didn't break her leg or bleed. She had just raised her head when she felt a whistling sound coming from above, and she instinctively rolled to the side. Boom! Another heavy object fell not far in front of her. Gu Nianji couldn't see what had fallen, but she soon heard the sound of shallow breathing. She didn't even dare to breathe. She didn't know who fell, but she hugged her leg and curled up in the hard corner. When Hua Xiaoheng fell, he also held his breath, so he didn't know what was below. When he fell to the ground, he immediately heard the sound of someone holding their breath not far away. Although it was very slow and light, he could still feel who it was. Hua Xiaoheng immediately turned to the direction of the breathing and whispered, "Grace?" Gun Yinji suddenly looked up, and in the darkness, she couldn't see anything. She looked in the direction of the voice. It was actually Hua Xiaoheng. He jumped down too. Gun Yinji didn't hesitate to jump over and lay in Hua Xiaoheng's arms. Hua Xiaoheng had just sat up when Gun Yinji pounced on him and pushed him to the ground. The two of them crossed their legs, chest to chest, and hugged each other without moving for a moment. Hua Xiaoheng's entire body was on fire. The warm and fragrant girl in his arms was like a pool of spring water, but it couldn't extinguish the fire in his heart. His arms suddenly hugged Gun Yinji tightly, and his lips accurately found her lips and pressed tightly against them. "Are you all right?" He whispered against her lips. His hot breath blew against her face, making her feel warm and fuzzy. Gun Yinji shook her head, and the fear and panic from earlier were swept away. As long as Hua Xiaoheng was by her side, she dared to go anywhere. This hole was nothing. Gun Yinji chuckled and kissed Hua Xiaoheng on the lips. She whispered, "It's okay. Why did you come down? Now we're both trapped here." Hua Xiaoheng held the back of her neck and used a little force to rub her forehead. His voice was low and magnetic. "I didn't think too much. I'll be wherever you are." Gun Yinji, the shallow warmth in his heart instantly turned into a torrent, flowing through his limbs and bones. She leaned against Hua Xiaoheng's forehead as tears silently flowed down her cheeks and dripped onto Hua Xiaoheng's face. Shocked, Hua Xiaoheng sat up abruptly and said anxiously, "You're hurt." He thought Gun Yinji was crying from the pain. Gun Yinji buried her head in his chest and shook her head. "No, I'm fine. I'm just too happy. Haven't you heard of tears of joy?" He raised his hand for a long time before putting it down and patted Gun Yinji's back helplessly. So she was acting coquettishly. He hugged her and leaned against the basement wall, waiting quietly for a while. It was still quiet above. No one was walking up there, and there were no other sound around. Hua Xiaoheng waited for Gun Yinji to calm down before taking out his phone from his trouser pocket with one hand. However, there was no signal. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. "There's actually an electromagnetic shield here." Gun Yinji poked her head out of his arms and whispered, "If they don't come to disturb us, I can stay here with you for the night." Hua Xiaoheng, he knocked Gun Yinji's forehead and whispered, "You're really good at finding joy in hardship. You treat this place like a vacation home." "Can I?" Gun Yinji hugged his broad shoulders and leaned forward to kiss him again. She smiled and said, "The ancients always said that when we're free, they're allowed to conspire and scheme against us, but we're not allowed to play along and cheat on them." Hua Xiaoheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He rubbed Gun Yinji's head. "What's going on in your little head? Aren't you afraid? We've fallen into someone else's trap." Gun Yinji cocked her head and smiled. "I'm afraid. Of course I'm afraid. I'm afraid I won't be able to go out. I'm afraid I won't be able to grow old with you." Hua Xiaoheng had always had a heart of stone, and he didn't even pretend to speak to Gun Yinji. However, when he heard this, his cold and hard heart actually felt a rare twinge of bitterness. "They won't. I just analyzed it. Although this is a basement, it won't be a particularly dangerous place, because this is the city center of Sea City. The other party is a big business, so they won't do anything to us here. But they tricked us into coming here and locking us up. Are they trying to imprison us?" Gun Yinji used the darkness as cover to look around and flirt with Hua Xiaoheng from time to time. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed her hand and said in a low voice, "If you don't behave, I'll do it on the spot." Gun Yinji giggled and kissed his chin. "Do you really dare? Don't think that just because it's dark here, others can't see it. There's another thing called infrared cameras." Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. "When I turned on my phone just now, I already checked this place. There are no hidden cameras, let alone infrared cameras." "There aren't any." Gun Yinji scoffed. "Looks like they're not that brave after all. As she spoke, she took out her phone and said proudly, "What's the big deal about electromagnetic shielding? My dad's unshielded phone." She swiped open her phone and activated the electromagnetic shielding anti-interference system. Sure enough, it didn't take long for her phone to have a signal. Hua Xiaoheng breathed a sigh of relief and said, "All right, hurry up and call someone to save us." Gun Yinji nodded and dialed Lu Jin's number first. "Dad, hurry up and get someone to save us. I'll send you the location." She first sent a text message and then asked for a video call. The call quickly connected, but after hearing Gun Yinji's request, Lu Jin hesitated for a moment before saying, "Have you guys had lunch?" "What F asterisk king lunch? How many times had this been?" Gun Yinji was furious. "Dad, are you kidding me? I'm locked up in the basement now. I'm locked up, do you know that?" The call was cut off with a slap. Gun Yinji, she finally realized that something was wrong. "No, my dad would never do this to me," Gun Yinji muttered. Gun Yinji muttered, "If my dad saw me like this, he'd run over to save me himself." Hua Xiaoheng also felt that something was wrong. He remembered what Lu Yuan had said to him before he left. His heart sank, and he said, "Oh no, your dad might have left the capital a long time ago." Gun Yinji also remembered what was wrong with Lu Jin before they left the capital and became anxious. "That's right. My dad must have left a long time ago. The person who's talking to me isn't a real person at all." Hua Xiaoheng also nodded. It should be a holographic image of him, just like Gu Xiangwen over there in the submarine. Gun Yinji was in tears. Those are his last words. You can't use that analogy. She had been lazy and didn't want to go out immediately. After investigating for so long, she had finally made a breakthrough. She didn't care even if she had been schemed against. How could she catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Coupled with the fact that Hua Xiaoheng was by her side, she was even more lawless and daring. But now that she realized that something might have happened to Lu Jin, or that he was going to cause trouble, she couldn't stay any longer. Gun Yinji supported herself against the wall and stood up. She looked at the basement with the light from her phone screen. The place wasn't big, only about 4 or 5 square meters. It was surrounded by gray cement walls and a layer of plastic flooring to keep out the moisture. The top of his head wasn't high either, at most 2 meters. Hua Xiaoheng was 188 meters tall, and his head was about to touch the ceiling when he stood up a little. No wonder they only felt a little pain when they fell, but they weren't really injured. "What should we do? It seems like there's no way to get out other than the movable floor above our heads," Gun Yinji said in confusion. "What are they doing? Are they just going to leave us here and starve us to death?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He stood up as well and reached above his head to reach the place where they had fallen. He pressed down inch by inch. Gun Yinji mumbled and paced around, unable to calm down for a moment. She wished she could grow wings and fly out. Hua Xiaoheng took out the tools commonly used by field personnel from his trouser pocket and began to drill holes in the floor above his head. Gun Yinji looked up at him without any worry as she watched him work. She wished she could hang on to his strong arm. Hua Xiaoheng focused on drilling holes and suddenly felt his chest tighten. He looked down at Gun Yinji and asked, "Is there something wrong with your breathing?" Gun Yinji took 2 deep breaths. "No, what's wrong?" Hua Xiaoheng felt that his chest tightness was getting worse. He endured the discomfort and increased his strength as he drilled the hole. Fortunately, the house was made of wood, and the floor above his head was also made of solid wood. Although it was very hard teak, it was not worth mentioning for the various small tools that field personnel carried with them. It just took time because the floor was too thick. Gun Yinji focused on watching Hua Xiaoheng drill holes and held up her phone to illuminate for him. Gradually, she noticed that Hua Xiaoheng's face was getting paler and paler. Large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his arms were trembling slightly as if he could not hold the tools in his hands. However, he still stood there majestically like a mountain, shielding her from the wind and rain, shielding her from all possible dangers and obstacles. Gun Yinji's pupils suddenly contracted. She grabbed Hua Xiaoheng's arm and placed her hand on his pulse to roughly feel it. Hua Xiaoheng's pulse was beating very slowly, and even his heartbeat seemed to have slowed down. By this time, Hua Xiaoheng already knew what was going on here. The space here was especially well sealed. The oxygen supply was insufficient, and there was a lack of oxygen. The floor above his head had not been drilled through, and he was almost at his limit. Gun Yinji suddenly grabbed Hua Xiaoheng's arm. "Stop drilling," she growled and pulled him down. "What's wrong with you?" Hua Xiaoheng looked at her nervous little face and tried hard to say, "It's nothing. It's just a little stuffy." "Stuffy?" Gun Yinji frowned. "You don't think so?" However, Hua Xiaoheng's symptoms were symptoms of a lack of oxygen. Gun Yinji understood that the space here was sealed, so they had stayed inside for a while and used up all the oxygen. Therefore, Hua Xiaoheng's chest was stuffy and he could not breathe. She did not have time to think about why she did not have this symptom. She pulled Hua Xiaoheng away and said, "Let me do it." Just as she was about to make a move, footsteps finally came from above her head. Someone was coming. This is the first update of the day. Chapter 1784, Scene Reenactment 2. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. It's the last day of June. Everyone, hand over your monthly votes. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1796. Although Hua Xiaoheng was almost out of breath, his years of special training allowed him to react quickly. He pulled Gun Yinji down, turned off his phone, and hid in the corner on the other side. Gun Yinji was panicking, but Hua Xiaoheng hugged her tightly. She couldn't break free, and she didn't dare to struggle too hard. She was worried that Hua Xiaoheng would use too much strength, and she would faint from lack of oxygen. But if she didn't struggle, was she supposed to sit and wait for death? Gun Yinji was panicking when she heard a thud above her head. The movable floorboard had been pushed open. A gust of fresh air instantly flowed into the small basement through the open floorboard. Hua Xiaoheng was instantly energized. He controlled his breathing rate and didn't want anyone to notice that he hadn't fainted. At the same time, he whispered in Gun Yinji's ear, "Pretend to faint." Gun Yinji lay motionless in his arms. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Someone lay near the open floorboard and shone a flashlight into the basement. Hua Xiaoheng felt the light hovering around his eyelids. He remained motionless and perfectly acted out the word faint. The person shone for a while, then waved his hand behind him. A few burly men jumped down from above. The one at the front jumped down with a baseball bat and viciously swung it at the back of Hua Xiaoheng's neck. People who really knew how to hit people would choose weapons like baseball bats because they could seriously injure the other party and cause internal bleeding, but there wouldn't be a single drop of blood. This made it easier to clean up the scene. Otherwise, if there was blood, the police could use chemical methods to detect it no matter how clean it was. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes were still closed, but he could sense the direction of the man from the whistling sound of the bat. Just as the bat was about to hit the back of his neck, Hua Xiaoheng suddenly opened his eyes and quickly reached out to grab the man's arm and violently twisted in the opposite direction. The man screamed as his lower arm was broken by Hua Xiaoheng, and the baseball bat in his hand was also taken away by Hua Xiaoheng. Right after that, Hua Xiaoheng jumped up and swung the baseball bat in his hand, beating up the burly men who had jumped down from behind until they cried for their parents. Very quickly, they were all beaten to the ground and fainted. The man who was lying on the open floorboard and watching the movement in the basement widened his eyes in shock. He didn't expect this sloppy-looking young man to be so strong. He knew something was wrong. The opponent had come prepared, so he immediately of his plan to leave the place. However, she was unwilling to leave just like that. She still wanted to close the floor and suffocate them in the basement. It was because of this evil thought of his that he was delayed. Hua Xiaoheng had already rushed out from the opening in the floorboards. He swung the baseball bat in an arc in the air and slammed it down on the grizzled head that was trying to close the floorboards. He didn't actually hit the man's head. When he was about to hit the man's body, Hua Xiaoheng swung the baseball bat to both sides. He first broke the man's arms, then he hammered the man's knees twice. Hua Xiaoheng's baseball bat strikes were even more accurate than those who specialized in hitting people with baseball bats. He targeted the most vulnerable parts of the arm and leg joints and smashed them into pieces. Hua Xiaoheng's strikes with the baseball bat were even more accurate than those who specialized in hitting people with baseball bats. They all targeted the most vulnerable parts of the arm and leg joints, and with one swing of the bat, all of them were crushed into pieces. They were all trained in specialization, so they had to learn human anatomy before fighting. They had to use the fastest speed and shortest time to cause the greatest damage to the enemy. Moreover, for them, the requirements were stricter, which was to be able to control the damage. The man couldn't stand the pain. He screamed and fainted. Hua Xiaoheng hit the target and quickly lay on the ground. He held the baseball bat and looked around vigilantly. Hua Xiaoheng hit the target and quickly lay on the ground. Holding the baseball bat, he looked around vigilantly. Luckily, the door to the small meeting room was still closed. Even if there was someone outside, they would probably think it was their master who was torturing the two young men and wouldn't think anything else. Hua Xiaoheng listened for a while and slowly crawled to the door of the small meeting room. He locked the door and made sure no one could break in for the time being before getting up from the ground. He carried the baseball bat and returned to the open floor. He squatted down and took a look. He was so angry he wanted to laugh. He saw Gun Yinji also carrying a baseball bat. She stood in the basement and stared at the burly men Hua Xiaoheng had put down. As long as one of them moved, even if it was a leg, Gun Yinji would hit him hard with the bat. It was like playing whack-a-mole. Those men were already knocked out by Hua Xiaoheng. When one of them woke up, Gun Yinji knocked him out again. Gun Yinji didn't know how to control her strength, unlike Hua Xiaoheng. Therefore, those who were knocked out by her wouldn't wake up for a while. Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gun Yinji, who was still eager to try with a baseball bat. His face darkened as he reached out to the basement. "Hurry up and come up." Gun Yinji looked up. "It's all settled upstairs?" Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Gun Yinji stepped on a relatively fat, burly man and tiptoed up to grab Hua Xiaoheng's outstretched hand. Hua Xiaoheng used a little force to pull her up. Gun Yinji rubbed her eyes and muttered, "Where's the old man?" Hua Xiaoheng pointed to the man lying on the wall switch not far away. "He's over there. I broke his knee and elbow joints." Gun Yinji was speechless. She held the baseball bat in one hand and hit it with her other hand. She said hatefully, "Where's his hand? I want to break his hand too." He had just touched her hand. "Puffed. Old bastard." Hua Xiaoheng understood and walked over with a sullen face. He stepped on the back of the man's hand a few times, causing him to wake up. He screamed twice and fainted from the pain. All right, his hand is also crippled. The bones in his hand are completely shattered. Gun Yinji sighed and sneered. This person finally delivered himself to us. We were just worried that we wouldn't be able to find an opportunity to arrest him and put him in prison. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "Call the police and call young Master He." Gun Yinji replied with an "Oh," and lowered her head guiltily. She muttered, "Just call the police. Why do you still need to call young Master He?" She didn't want to see He Ji-Chu at all. She felt awkward when she thought of him. She wasn't mentally prepared for the two of them to be siblings. Hua Xiaoheng patted her head and said with a half-smile, "What's wrong? Are you embarrassed? Would you rather he isn't your brother?" This is the second update of today. Chapter 1785, Scene Reenactment 3. Reminder, recommendation votes. It's the last day of June. Everyone, hand over your monthly votes. Mwah, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1797. What are you talking about? Gun Yinji glared at Hua Xiaoheng, but she didn't feel guilty anymore. I just can't accept it at the moment. And I can't accept it. I don't know what young master he will think, so it's better not to trouble him for the time being. You have to distinguish between public and private matters. Hua Xiaoheng said meaningfully, "Call him right away. The police alone can't handle the matter here." "No way." Gun Yinji frowned and looked around. Isn't he just an old man with some stinky money? What kind of powerful backer could he have? Of course, Hua Xiaoheng was much more experienced than Gun Yinji. Although Gun Yinji was extremely intelligent, it was a natural IQ. Experience couldn't be born with it. It could only be polished bit by bit with time and experience. Hua Xiaoheng took out his phone and search for the history of the house. He said to Gunyinji, "Look at who owned this house in the past. How could someone without any background own such a house?" Well, Xiaoheng was able to think of this immediately because in the other world, there was a house like this in the same area, in Sea City. However, that house had already been owned by the government more than a decade ago and had been set up as a museum. Over here, the house hadn't been taken over by the government yet, but it would be soon. Well, Xiaoheng remembered that the maid had said that the house would soon be donated to the government to be used as a museum. Gunyinji poked her head out to take a look and exclaimed, "Huh? Before the founding of the People's Republic of China, this house was lived in by the U.S. government's representative in China?" Yes, later on, the property rights were transferred to him, and he donated it to an American charity foundation. Hua Xiaoheng said, according to the information he knew about the other world. He glanced at the old man lying on the ground and said, "He probably got this house from that charity foundation." Gunyinji, why would an American charity foundation sell the house to him? Gunyinji was curious. How much did it cost? You can ask young master he to investigate this. Hua Xiaoheng put away his phone and walked towards the old man. He dragged him up and placed him on the sofa. He then splashed a bottle of mineral water on his face. The old man trembled from the cold water and slowly opened his eyes. Hua Xiaoheng looked down at him with a cold expression. Wearing sunglasses, he rested the baseball bat on the old man's head and said coolly, "How dare you kidnap us? You've got guts." The old man came back to his senses. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and retorted, "You were the ones who attacked me. You came to rob and hurt people. I want to call the police." "Sure." Hua Xiaoheng crossed his legs and sat across from him. He placed one hand on the armrest of the sofa and said coldly, "Your thugs are still lying in your basement. When the police come, are you going to pretend that you don't recognize them?" "What thugs?" The old man endured the sharp pain in his hand and rolled his eyes. He wanted to find a chance to escape from this small reception room. However, as soon as he moved his leg, a piercing pain assaulted him. It was no less painful than the pain in his hand. Lowering his eyes, he saw a pair of soft legs propped up at a strange angle. He was instantly dumbfounded. He wanted to reach out and touch his leg, but his arms didn't listen to him at all. Once he moved, he broke out in cold sweat from the pain. There was not a single part of his body that didn't hurt. It was as if someone had used a knife to cut all the bones in his body. His vision went black, and he fainted again. Hua Xiaoheng became impatient and walked over to pour another glass of water. At the same time, he pinched the man's philtrum to force him to wake up. He said coldly, "If you faint again, I'll bury you alive." The voice was cold and murderous. No one who heard it would doubt his words. The old man shuddered and endured the waves of pain. He trembled and said, "Did you hit me like this?" "Of course not." Hua Xiaoheng denied it flatly. "Which eye of yours saw me hit you? Where's the evidence?" Gunyinji quickly stood up and took the baseball bat from Hua Xiaoheng's hand. "I hit you. You be asterisk TCH. You're still doing such filthy things at your age. I'm going to sue you for molestation. I was defending myself." The old man glared at Gunyinji and spat hatefully. He said hoarsely, "Molestation? You have evidence." "Of course I do." Gunyinji answered crisply and pointed at Hua Xiaoheng. He saw it with his own eyes. "He's my witness. Also, you installed surveillance cameras in the living room. You touched my hand and said, 'Sugar.' You touched my hand and said, 'Sugar, Daddy,' so you haven't deleted it yet, right?" Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. The old man's lips opened and closed. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't say anything because there were indeed surveillance cameras in his living room. "I only touched your hand. That's molestation." The old man quickly found another reason. "I wanted to shake your hand. It's just basic etiquette." "Yes, the etiquette in your family is to hold the back of the hand and shake hands." Gunyinji smacked the baseball bat in her hand in disdain. She said, "Stop talking nonsense. Tell me, why did you set a trap to catch me? I have no grudge against you. How can you be so vicious? You're already so old and about to be buried, yet you're still doing such a heartless thing. Aren't you afraid of retribution soon?" "This is a misunderstanding," the old man said, then suddenly shouted, "Help!" Hua Xiaoheng reacted quickly. He covered the old man's jaw with one hand and dislocated the joint. The old man's last word was silenced before he could say it. Gunyinji looked at him and said calmly, "We will also call the police. Just wait for the police to clean up your den of thieves." As soon as she finished speaking, the old man's eyes showed obvious fear. He made a sound as if he was begging for mercy. Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms and said calmly, "If you promise not to scream, I can push your chin up. But if you scream again, I won't be able to control my strength." The old man could already feel Hua Xiaoheng's strength and speed. His body was in excruciating pain, and he knew he had met his match this time. An evil person would only submit to someone who was more ruthless than him. Hua Xiaoheng saw that he seemed to have submitted, so he reached out to fix his chin. As soon as the old man's chin was back in place, he immediately said, "I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have been lustful. I'll give you money. I'll compensate you. 1 million, 10 million, or 100 million. Any is fine." "You're that rich?" Gunyinji tilted her head and looked at him. "Are you really just lustful?" "It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Miss, you're too beautiful. I like you the moment I saw you, so I was momentarily bewitched. Please forgive an old man like me. I'm almost 70 years old. Even if you go to court to sue me, the most you'll get is an apology. You won't even have to pay criminal liability. You know the law pretty well." Gunyinji said mockingly. You know, she originally wanted to say that she was a lawyer, but then she thought about it. Wouldn't that expose herself? Therefore, the words that were about to come out of her mouth quickly stopped, and she said, "Do you know that I can also hire a lawyer?" The old man froze for a moment, then began to beg even more pitifully, "Please, miss, let me go this time. I won't pursue the matter after you beat me up like this, and I won't do this kind of thing again. I can't even think about it anymore. Please let me go. I'll give you a lot of money as a gift. There are no conditions. As long as you don't call the police, let me go this time." He even offered to transfer money to them immediately, as long as they didn't call the police. Gunyinji looked at him with amusement and pointed at herself. "Do you think I'm stupid? Or do you think money can buy everything?" The old man smiled weakly. "Little girl, you're still young. You don't know the power of money. Actually, money can really buy everything." "Really?" Gunyinji held the baseball bat and smacked the old man's head. She said coldly, "Can money buy your life? Look, no matter how rich you are, you can't live through life. Of course you can't live without money. But if you think you can do whatever you want with money, it's quite sad. Money can't buy your own life, but it can buy the lives of others." The old man's lips twitched. "For example, right now, as long as you show mercy and don't report me to the police, I'll buy my own life." "You're speaking too early." Gunyinji clasped her hands behind her back and dragged the baseball bat behind her. It swayed like a cat's tail. She walked around the small reception room at a leisurely pace and said in a low voice, "Don't think that you can divert our attention just because you admitted to indecent assault." Gunyinji stopped in her tracks and looked up at the small, antique reception room. It was as if she had returned to ancient times. Similarly, she had returned to the atmosphere of inequality in ancient times. "I'll give you one last chance. Tell me why you set a trap to capture me." Gunyinji stood in front of the old man and looked down at him. "Don't try to lie. Do you believe that I can analyze the truth from your words?" The old man was speechless. He saw that Gunyinji wouldn't budge. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "When did I lie? I was just lustful and made the mistake that every man in the world would make." "What? Do you want to shoot me for something so trivial?" "You're avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial. You're trying to hide your true purpose." Gunyinji saw that he was being stubborn and didn't beat around the bush. The old man's pupils suddenly constricted. Gunyinji raised a brow and didn't miss the slight change in his expression. "Did I hit the nail on the head?" Gunyinji narrowed her eyes. "Don't forget that you were the one who invited us in the beginning. This means that you are very familiar with our looks." Gunyinji stared at the old man's evasive eyes. "Stop pretending. It's our looks. Do we look like someone you know?" "No," the old man retorted instinctively. "How could I know someone who looks like you? Didn't you come back from the United States?" "Haha, then you do." Gu Yinji was the best at this kind of logical reasoning. She immediately said, I said our looks, but you subconsciously denied that only me looks. This means that you really know someone who looks like me. It was because of this person that you came up with the idea to invite us in and set up a trap to kidnap me, right? This is the first chapter of the day, chapter 1786, The Mistakes All Men Make. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. On the first day of July, hand over all your guaranteed monthly votes. At 8 p.m., the second chapter. Moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 1798. Gu Yinji's words weren't groundless. From a moment they came to Sea City to investigate Qin Huichang and his wife's colleagues, neighbors, and friends, they had first categorized them according to how close they were. Of the 3 people they found, the first was a colleague living in the nursing home. This person wasn't very close, but this person still remembered what happened decades ago. The second person was the neighbor's old lady that they found yesterday. From this old woman, they had a qualitative breakthrough. Gu Yinji could almost guess who her biological mother was. So today, Gu Yinji was already mentally prepared for the third person. This person must be the person who knew the most about what happened back then. He could be good or bad. Of course, he was more likely to be a bystander. If this person didn't do anything, she couldn't guess what kind of person he was for the time being. But not only did this person do it, but he also tried to use a trap to kidnap her. At this point, wasn't it obvious whether he was good or bad? Gu Yinji looked at the man's uncontrollable expression of fear. Her chin was slightly raised, and her dark and deep eyes were filled with suppressed anger. Why aren't you continuing to deny it? She held the baseball bat in her right hand and slowly tapped it in her left hand. Where's the original photo? Also, what's with this doll? When the old man heard these questions, his eyes suddenly stopped flickering. He probably knew that he had finally fallen. The other shoe he had been waiting for so many years had finally fallen, so he calmed down. Then you admit that you're not some Chinese American from New York? He said slowly with a disdainful smile on his lips. Gu Yinji didn't deny it. She smiled and said, When did I say I wasn't? Huh, a Chinese American returning from New York would be interested in that doll? The old man asked, Do you think I'm stupid? You two sneakily took photos in front of my house. Do you think I can't tell? We're just taking photos. I won't hide it from you. Before today, we took photos in many other places. Gu Yinji sneered and raised the baseball bat. No one else invited us in like you did. They all asked us to leave. If this isn't a guilty conscience, then what is? The corners of the old man's eyes twitched. He saw Gu Yinji at the door on the second floor. The more he looked at her, the more familiar she seemed. That was why he wanted to ask her to come in and see what was going on. When he saw her take off her sunglasses, she looked very similar to the Qin family's brain surgeon, Qin Yaowang. He had an idea. This person should be Gu Yinji. She definitely did not come to Sea City with good intentions. He had also been following Gu Yinji and Qin Yaowang's lawsuit, but he hadn't personally gone to the imperial capital. He had only asked someone to inquire about the progress of the lawsuit and the contents of the trial. Ever since he found out that Gu Yinji had discovered that Qin Yaowang wasn't her biological mother, he had been restless and immediately planned to go abroad to settle down. He was so rich that he had already prepared a foreign passport and identity for himself. He had originally planned to leave Sea City in 2 days and ask someone to sell off all the properties here. However, 2 days before he was to leave the country, Gu Yinji came looking for him. She was really fast. The old man closed his eyes and said indifferently, I won't talk to you anymore. Call the police if you have the ability. I want to find a lawyer. I won't say another word until the lawyer arrives. Hua Xiaoheng stood to the side and listened to Gu Yinji's questions. Now that the old man had come up with a non-violent, non-cooperation strategy, Gu Yinji had no choice. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and took out his phone to swipe it open. Seeing that there was still a signal on it, he sent He Jichu a text message. Lawyer Gu is in trouble in Sea City. She needs help. Less than a second after sending it, he received a reply from He Jichu. Someone notified me. The Chinese courtyard next to the green space in the center of Sea City, right? I'm already on the plane. I'll be there in 2 hours. Hua Xiaoheng looked at He Jichu's reply on his phone and was a little confused. Who informed him of this? He Jichu didn't answer Hua Xiaoheng's question. In fact, his phone only received a satellite location address and a message. Gun Yinji is in trouble in Sea City. Please help. He Jichu immediately turned on his phone and found that Gun Yinji was indeed at that location. He didn't dare to call Gun Yinji's phone immediately. He was worried that it would be inconvenient for her to answer the phone or expose his whereabouts. So he immediately gathered his men and flew over on a private plane. Hua Xiaoheng saw that He Jichu wasn't replying, so he handed the phone to Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji looked down and saw that it was He Jichu's reply. Her heart trembled slightly, but she quickly recovered and asked curiously, "Who informed him? They're here so soon." Hua Xiaoheng thought about it by elimination for a while, then took the phone and wrote a few words. "It might be your father." "Huh? No way, didn't he leave alone?" Gun Yinji was very confused, but she remembered that Lu Jin was also very good at computers. She thought about it and also wrote on her phone, "Could it really be my dad?" Hua Xiaoheng nodded. It can only be him. That meant that although Lu Jin wasn't in the apartment in the imperial capital, he was still in constant contact with the computer in the apartment and getting information from the artificial intelligence hologram. Thinking about it that way, it seemed to make sense. Knowing that Lu Jin hadn't completely disappeared and was still worried about her safety, Gun Yinji's anxiety finally calmed down. He Jichu was also on his way. Gun Yinji suddenly felt that she had Hua Xiaoheng on her left, He Jichu on her right, and Lu Jin behind her. With these 3 people by her side to protect her, she didn't have to be afraid of anyone. There's still 2 hours. Should we wait for young Master He to arrive before calling the police? Hua Xiaoheng nodded. I'll send him a message. As long as He Jichu arrived, he would be able to deal with the aftermath. Gun Yinji breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said, "Send a message to the pilot of the private plane as well. Tell him that we're ready to go back." Hua Xiaoheng agreed and picked up his phone to send a message to the pilot of Lu Jin's private plane to arrange for them to return. Their private plane needed to contact the airport dispatcher before it took off, so they couldn't just leave like He Jichu. Hua Xiaoheng felt a little regretful. This wasn't his country, his territory. He was completely relying on himself here, unlike in the other world, where he had the entire country behind him. Now that she was sure that He Jichu would come, Gun Yinji wasn't in a hurry to search the entire house. She just stood in front of the small table and carefully looked at the doll. This doll was exactly the same as the doll she had played with when she was young. Why was it here? The doll's appearance was that of the Qin family's daughter. It was more similar to when Shui, Luo, Pia Piao, and the others. Gun Yinji didn't look like this when she was young. She was just a little chubby. Looking at the envelope in front of the doll, Gun Yinji's hands itched, but she didn't touch the envelope. Since everything was up to He Jichu to handle, Gun Yinji wouldn't interfere. She planned to temporarily avoid He Jichu while he investigated this matter, to give He Jichu some buffer time and space. Otherwise, it would be too awkward. The 2 of them sat in the small meeting room and silently scrolled through their phones. Gun Yinji sent messages to Lu Jin's phone and kept asking, "Dad, where are you?" Hua Xiaoheng was contacting Lu Yuan. Lu Jin is missing. Soon, Lu Yuan's call came over. He stood in front of the saber-shaped building in Z City and asked anxiously, "What do you mean? What do you mean Lu Jin is missing?" Hua Xiaoheng hung up the phone and sent a message. "If it's not convenient to talk, you can text." Lu Yuan had no choice but to text him. "Didn't I ask you to look after him? He can even disappear right under your nose. Are you incompetent, or is he too arrogant?" Hua Xiaoheng. Lu Yuan's heart was burning with anxiety. "What's going on? When did you notice that he was missing?" Hua Xiaoheng replied, "Nianji and I came to Sea City. He must have left after we left." Lu Yuan was even angrier when he saw this. "I told you to look after him. How can you leave your post without permission?" Hua Xiaoheng replied apologetically, "I'm sorry, it's my fault." Nianji is coming to Sea City to look for clues about Qin Huichang and his wife. I came with her. Lu Yuan knew that Qin Huichang and his wife were the family who sold the land. They were the parents of General He's wife, Qin Suan, and General He Chengjian's father-in-law and mother-in-law. Lu Yuan pursed his lips and typed with a dark expression. Hurry up and think of a way to find him. I think he might have already left the country. Hua Xiaoheng. If he had already left the country, how could he find him? Flip the entire blue planet upside down? This was today's second update. Chapter 1787. The visitor is not friendly. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets. On the first day of July, hand over your guaranteed monthly tickets. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1799. 2 hours passed, but Gun Yinji did not receive a reply from Lu Jin. Hua Xiaoheng did not continue texting Lu Yuan. He put away his phone, jumped down to the basement, and tied up the people who had their legs broken. When he came up, he heard He Jichu's voice at the door. Open the door. Gun Yinji turned around in surprise. Young Master He, you're here so soon? She walked to the door and opened the locked door. He Jichu was wearing a black uniform and stood tall at the door of the small reception room. His almond-shaped eyes were frosty, and his handsome face was hazy. However, the frost in his eyes melted the moment he saw Gun Yinji. Yinji, are you okay? His voice was still cold and emotionless. Gun Yinji smiled. I'm fine, I'm fine. I'm fine now that you're here. She moved aside and let He Jichu walk in. When she closed the door, she quickly glanced at the situation outside. She was slightly stunned. Several people in the same black uniform as He Jichu had already taken care of the people in the Chinese-style courtyard. Gun Yinji's eyes were sharp, and she saw the young maid who had opened the door for them. She was trembling in a white blouse and black pants. Before the girl looked over, Gun Yinji gently closed the door of the small reception room. She turned around and saw He Jichu standing in front of the unconscious old man. He had his hands behind his back and asked Hua Xiaoheng, who was standing beside him, "What's going on?" Hua Xiaoheng waved his hand and first showed him the basement where the floor could be opened and closed. He said, "Look down." With the dim light in the room, He Jichu could see a few burly men lying in the basement. Their legs and arms were all propped up at strange angles. It was obvious that they had been broken. He Jichu narrowed his eyes. "Did you beat these people up?" Gun Yinji rushed up and said, "I did. This old guy." She pointed at the old man lying on the ground. "It was him. He tricked me into coming in and tempted me with this doll and a letter to fall into the basement over there. Fortunately, Mr. Peter was alert and jumped down with me. The basement was sealed very well, and soon the oxygen was almost exhausted. When Mr. Peter and I passed out, these men jumped down. They came for us with baseball bats. I had to defend myself." He Jichu looked at her quietly. After a while, he said, "Yinji, how many people do you think will believe your words in court? You're a great lawyer, but your excuse is so lame. Don't tell others that you used to be my student." He Jichu raised the back of his hand to rub it under his nose and coughed lightly. His eyes inadvertently glanced at Gun Yinji, and when he saw her avert her gaze, he snuck a glance back at him. His gaze was filled with admiration and shame. He Jichu's heart skipped a beat. It felt strange. Gun Yinji blushed and smiled. "If I go to court, I'll modify my statement." What she said just now was indeed full of mistakes. Hua Xiaoheng himself was right there, and all the excuses that he could use was, "There's nothing to hide here," so he might as well openly admit it. Anyway, Hua Xiaoheng's current identity was a former member of the KGB and the current Soviet Union's diplomat in China. Such a person must be quite skilled. She was trying to cover it up. Gun Yinji's mind raced, and she said, "I don't want Mr. Peter to get involved. He's a Soviet diplomat, and I don't want to cause a diplomatic dispute between the two countries." This was a good way to save face. Hua Xiaoheng listened quietly from the side and said, "We Soviets have always been people who can take action and never say much. We can't just watch the woman we like fall into a trap and do nothing." He Jichu ignored him and looked at the doll on the table in the middle of the small living room. He exclaimed softly. This doll was almost identical to the doll that Gun Yinji liked to play with when she was young. But he knew that this doll was only a fake, and the real doll was at his house. He Jichu walked over with an indifferent expression, put on white gloves, and reached out to grab the doll. Just like Gun Yinji, he didn't pick up the doll. He Jichu used a little more force, and the table seemed to make a soft thud. The doll was lifted into the air by him, and a few shaky plastic wires were exposed from under the doll's skirt. On the table, there was a small round hole where the doll had been standing. There was a simple mechanical device in the round hole, powered by a battery. Xiaoheng pointed at the device and said, "It's this thing." When Lawyer Gu pulled this doll, the floor over there automatically opened. Lawyer Gu fell from there. It was in the direction of the basement, right across from He Jichu. He Jichu's expression turned completely cold. "It's this old man?" He turned to look at Gun Yinji and asked softly, "Do you know the people here?" Gun Yinji shook her head and said honestly, "I don't. How dare you come in if you don't know him?" He Jichu scolded, "You dare to enter any room and touch anything. You're at a disadvantage, aren't you? Serves you right." This well-timed reprimand dispelled Gun Yinji's awkwardness and uneasiness. She smiled mischievously and said, "Young Master He, I won't dare to do it again. You should see how to deal with the aftermath here." She pointed at the old man who had fainted on the ground and said, "At first, he was quite stubborn and said that we broke into the house to attack him. Later, when I said that I was going to call the police, he softened and admitted that he was blinded by lust. He wanted to do something to me and planned to pay a large sum of money to settle it privately with me." In his dreams, He Jichu snorted. "You didn't agree, did you?" "Of course I wouldn't agree." Gun Yinji spread her hands and said helplessly, "But, we did attack him." Although it was self-defense, the law also says excessive self-defense. I'm worried that if he finds a good lawyer, we'll still be in trouble. He Jichu's lips twitched, and he said mockingly, "Now you know how to be afraid? Then what are you doing here?" He looked at the doll in his hand and knew that it wouldn't be so simple. He caught a glimpse of the letter from the corner of his eye and remembered that Gun Yinji had also said that the old man had tempted her with a doll and a letter. What kind of letter was it? He Jichu put down the doll and opened the envelope. There was nothing in the envelope except a yellowed black and white photo. He Jichu took out the photo and looked at it with confusion. He was stunned. There were 3 people in the photo. He knew 2 of them. No, or rather, they looked familiar. He had seen the photos before. They were his grandfather and grandmother. His mother, Qin Suan, had experienced a tragic car accident when she was young. In that car accident, not only had she lost her parents, but she had also lost her memories. Later, the photos of his grandfather and grandmother were taken by his father, He Chengjian, in order to please his wife. He had done everything he could to get the registration photos from the school where they worked. He Jichu had seen photos of these 2 people when he was young, so he recognized them at a glance. However, what shocked him even more was the little girl sitting between his grandfather and grandmother. This little girl was exactly the same as Gun Yinji. Of course, she was also exactly the same as Qin Yaowang. He Jichu's mind didn't work for a moment. He asked in a trembling voice, "Who is this person? Could it be Qin Yaowang? How could Qin Yaowang have photos of her childhood with her grandfather and grandmother?" But that wasn't right. Qin Yaowang had clearly undergone plastic surgery. "Who is this person? She's definitely not Qin Yaowang," He Jichu said firmly. Gun Yinji was a little flustered and subconsciously wanted to escape. She looked at Xiaoheng and slowly moved towards him. He Jichu saw that she actually wanted to run, so he grabbed her arm without hesitation. His voice was as cold as the Arctic. "Speak. Who is this person?" Xiaoheng also held Gun Yinji's hand and said coldly to He Jichu, "Let go of her." Gun Yinji was being pulled from left and right by the 2 men. She was very afraid that they would accidentally tear her arm off. She quickly said, "Calm down. Calm down. If you have something to say, let's talk it out. Don't do it." He Jichu's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes instantly became misty and filled his eyes that were as moving as spring water. Xiaoheng's face darkened. He pried He Jichu's fingers open one by one, then pulled Gun Yinji behind him to protect her. He said, "We don't know who this person is either. Gun Yinji only felt safer after hiding behind Hua Xiaoying. Her heart was still pounding, and it almost jumped out of her throat. She looked over and saw that He Jichu's already fair face had become like snow in winter. It was both white and cold. Only his eyes were black, and they were so black that she couldn't see the bottom. Young Master, he calmed down. I was also very surprised when I saw the remake of this photo, so I was tricked by him into coming in to see the original, Gun Yinji said guiltily. Otherwise, why would I have fallen for his trick? Of the 3 people they had found, the first was a colleague from the nursing home. He was kind and amiable. Although he didn't know much, he told them everything he knew. The second was an old woman's neighbor who had Alzheimer's disease. He gave them crucial information. Therefore, when it came to the third friend, Gun Yinji subconsciously felt that this person would give them more useful information. This was how people's thinking was. If there was 1, then there would be 2, then there would be 3. The other party also happened to make a move here and caught them off guard. Fortunately, Gun Yinji was with Hua Xiaoying. Even if there was an accident like this, they could still save themselves. The most powerful person wasn't someone who could calculate everything perfectly at all times. Of course, such a person didn't exist at all. The most powerful person was someone who could adapt to the situation and protect himself when the environment changed. This kind of person would always be invincible. He Jichu didn't know how Gun Yinji and the others had coincidentally found this place, but he knew that they definitely didn't coincidentally come here. How could there be so many coincidences? It was just that someone was scheming and planning. He Jichu suppressed his racing heart and carefully looked at the photo again. The 3 people in the photo had an intimate and natural attitude. It was obvious that they were a family. Since the 2 adults were his grandfather and grandmother, then who else could the little girl sitting so intimately with them be? He Jichu looked at the photo for a long time. Suddenly, he looked up at Gun Yinji. She smiled at him shyly. Her plump lips curved up, and her big eyes also curved into crescent moons. It happened to coincide with the little girl's smile in the photo. A thought flashed through Jichu's mind. It was like a bolt of lightning exploding in his heart. He was covered in cuts and bruises, and all his support and faith collapsed at this moment. He Jichu staggered 2 steps back and stopped when he hit the corner of the table behind him. He turned around in a panic and didn't dare to look at Gun Yinji's eyes again. He didn't dare to look directly at his heart. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1788, Thinking of Someone Seeing Something. A reminder to everyone about the monthly and recommendation votes. The beginning of the month was also a Monday, so the monthly and recommendation votes were very important. The second update at 8 p.m. Mwah, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1800. Gun Yinji looked at He Jichu's back, and the smile on her face faded. You should have thought of it too, right? The photo was a family photo of Qin Huichan's family of 3. Even if He Jichu didn't know who the little girl was at first, as long as he saw the photo of his grandfather and grandmother, he would realize who the little girl was. Gun Yinji touched her face and thought to herself that the power of genes was too terrifying. Hua Xiaoheng quietly walked to Gun Yinji's side and said to He Jichu, "Young master, continue interrogating these people. I heard that they're related to your mother's car accident. This old man is a friend of your grandfather and grandmother. Also, you have to get the surveillance cameras in this house as soon as possible, or this old man will blame you." Hua Xiaoheng believed that with He Jichu's methods and ability, he would be able to pry open the old man's mouth. Gun Yinji also sent the video of her and Hua Xiaoheng in the basement to He Jichu. She said, "This is the video of the 2 of us being locked in the basement. I can't see it clearly at the beginning. Later on, those men jumped down with baseball bats and try to take our lives. However, the video is very clear, but the camera is a little shaky. He Jichu, let's go. The plane is waiting for us at the airport." Hua Xiaoheng said as he grabbed Gun Yinji's hand and quickly walked out the door. Gun Yinji took a few steps and suddenly turned around to look. He Jichu had just turned around at that moment. The 2 of them looked at each other in silence. Gun Yinji smiled faintly and waved at He Jichu. She said loudly, "Brother, you can do it." Hijichu's body trembled, and he quickly turned around. His back was still facing Gunyanji. His eyes were sore and dry, but not a single tear fell. Hua Xiaoheng turned around and saw that Hijichu didn't turn around. He sighed slightly in his heart and held Gunyanji's hand as he quickly left. At this time, it was probably better to let Hijichu calm down alone. After an unknown period of time, Hijichu turned around with a dark expression and gestured to the people outside the door. "Call the police over and tell them that the military is taking over this place. This old man is suspected of being involved in my mother's car accident. He needs to be brought back for investigation." He was still holding the doll and the envelope. He looked down and said, "Send someone to the court to apply for a search warrant. I want to search this place thoroughly from top to bottom. Don't let go of even a rat's nest." "Yes, Chief." As soon as Hijichu gave the order, his men immediately took action. While calling the police, he went to the court to apply for a search warrant. At the same time, he negotiated with the police, hoping that the military would take over the case. When the other party heard that Hijichu was personally handling the case, he immediately agreed. At the same time, he sent many police officers over to guard the place tightly. Half an hour later, Hijichu's personal secretary ordered someone to push a stretcher over. The unconscious old man and several burly men with broken arms and legs were carried away on the stretcher. They had to be sent to the military hospital to have their wounds bandaged before being sent to the imperial capital for trial. Hijichu personally led his men to search the Chinese-style courtyard. Hijichu didn't know if it was because too much time had passed or if the old man had gotten rid of everything because he had to leave the country. In any case, they searched almost the entire house, but didn't find anything else. Only the doll, the original photo, and the video Ninji had sent her were the only pieces of evidence. In the end, Hijichu ordered someone to pull up the surveillance footage of the house and finally saw what had happened in the living room. Where he saw the old man lewdly touching Gunyanji's hand when Hua Xiaoheng wasn't around, Hijichu almost broke his teeth from clenching them. Hijichu went to the hospital to see the old man. He stood in front of the sickbed and coldly looked at the old man who was wrapped up like a dumpling. He coldly said, "You were friends with my maternal grandfather and grandmother. Why isn't there a photo of you two in your home? Not a single one." The old man had already woken up. His arms, legs, and hands were all comminuted. He knew that he had fallen hard this time. So he closed his eyes and said, "I want to hire a lawyer." No matter what Hijichu asked, he only said, "I want to hire a lawyer." "Hire a lawyer?" "Sure." Hijichu crossed his arms and said coldly, "I'm a lawyer." "Where's your lawyer?" "Tell him to come see me." The old man saw that Hijichu had relented and finally gave him his lawyer's phone number. Hijichu ordered someone to call the lawyer and said that his client was looking for him. The lawyer immediately rushed to the military hospital in Sea City and was shocked to see his richest client wrapped up like a dumpling. "What happened?" "Sir, you're fine. Why are you so badly injured?" Without waiting for the old man to speak, Hijichu threw down a few photos of the scene and said coolly, "Your client is suspected of kidnapping, imprisoning, and violently beating up a pair of young people. He also hired a group of thugs. By the way, the thugs he hired have already confessed." The old man's lawyer picked up the photos and looked at them carefully. When he saw that there was a basement that looked like a hole in the ground, his forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat. How could he argue? Without the basement, he could still turn the matter around. He could even say that the two young people had beaten up his client. But now that the basement had appeared and there seemed to be a trap, it was hard to explain. He murmured, "What about the young people? Can I talk to them?" "No," Hijichu said coldly. Hijichu said coldly, "They're victims. They won't see you before they appear in court." "But my client was also seriously injured. Don't tell me that he caused these injuries himself." The lawyer took out a tissue to wipe his sweat. Hijichu raised his chin and clasped his hands behind his back. He said coolly, "The young people had a conflict with your client and his thugs in self-defense. I will explain this to the judge when we go to court." To be honest, the lawyer didn't believe that two young people could beat up 7 or 8 burly men and even beat them to the ground. He was eager to talk to the old man and ask him what the truth was. Mr. He, there is still something fishy about this matter. May I ask if you can let me talk to my client for a bit? Hijichu nodded. Go ahead. He turned around and walked out of the old man's ward. He leaned against the wall at the door and lit a cigarette. His smoking addiction had been getting stronger recently. Hijichu blew out a smoke ring and looked ahead expressionlessly. He tried his best to empty his mind and not think about his true relationship with Gunyenji. In the ward, the lawyer leaned over to the old man's ear and asked softly, What is going on? You have to tell me the truth. The old man closed his eyes and said hoarsely, I don't know. I didn't do it. I was attacked. The lawyer laughed bitterly. But a basement suddenly appeared in your house with a trap. If the other party has evidence to prove, that's where my family hides things. The old man said in a low voice, It was two thieves who broke into my house to steal things. You were discovered by me, and you severely injured me and my bodyguards. They actually dared to make a false accusation. Although there were surveillance cameras in the living room, there were none in the small meeting room and basement. Therefore, the old man chose to make a false accusation. The lawyer's eyes lit up. That's a good reason. The old man was speechless. He opened his eyes angrily and couldn't help scolding. What are you saying? This is obviously the truth. What reason? Do you think I won't fire you? Old sir, don't be angry. Don't be angry. The lawyer comforted the old man repeatedly, and his back was even straighter than before. He had thought that there was no way to fight this case, but after hearing the old man's words, it seemed that there was still a way to turn the situation around. He was immediately full of confidence. Don't worry, I'll go explain the situation to young Mastery now, the lawyer said as he pushed the door open to look for Hijichu. Hijichu was leaning against the wall by the door smoking. When he saw the lawyer come out, he threw the cigarette into the trash can by the side of the corridor and said, Done negotiating? The lawyer said seriously, My client said that he was attacked. Those two young men were thieves who tried to steal the things my client hid in the basement. My client summoned his bodyguards to catch the thieves, but they were seriously injured by the two thieves. Young Master you can't be biased. You must enforce the law impartially. This was today's second update. Chapter 1789, Biased Hearing and Believing. Reminder, monthly votes and recommendation votes. The beginning of the month was also Monday. Monthly votes and recommendation votes were very important. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1801. Hijichu rubbed his chin and suppressed the anxiety and discomfort in his heart. He said calmly, Those two are thieves? Try to steal something from the basement? Are you sure? Of course I'm sure, the lawyer said firmly. He had full trust in his client. This was because his client was very rich. Although he kept a low profile, everyone in their circle knew about him. Weren't the two young people sneaking into someone else's basement because they wanted to steal something? The lawyer had already concluded that the two of them were up to no good. To him, rich people were the reason. People without money were not worthy of reasoning with him. Okay, then what did your client lose? Hijichu asked expressionlessly with his hands in his trouser pockets. Lawyer, we'll only know what exactly is lost after we count it. He bluffed, trying to blur his vision. So your client lost a lot of things? Hijichu emphasized the word a lot. His eyes were not warm as he looked at the lawyer in front of him coldly. The lawyer thought of the basement he had just seen. Was there a need to say the basement of a rich person? There must be a lot of good things hidden there. For example, the landlords, an old rich capitalist during the founding of the People's Republic, did not store their good things in the bank. They all dug a hole at home and buried it. He nodded. Yes, I lost a lot of things. Then make the list now. Hijichu took out a lighter and tossed it up and down in his hand. Without the list, the police can't file a case. Huh? Then I'll go ask now, the lawyer said as he quickly entered the ward again. Sir, can you remember what you've lost? Young Master, he said that the police can't file a case without the lost list. The old man was stunned. Lost list? When did I say I lost something? Didn't you just say? The lawyer was also stunned. He just said it. I'm talking about an attempt. Do you understand an attempt? The old man gritted his teeth and glared at the lawyer. 2,000 yuan an hour. Why did they hire a piece of trash like you? The lawyer was shocked and quickly comforted the old man. I understand. I understand. Don't worry. I'll go talk to young master he right now. They're trying to steal, aren't they? The old man panted heavily. Get lost. The lawyer was as fat as a ball. When he was anxious, more sweat appeared on his forehead, and his whole face was shiny. He ran out of the ward again and panted to He. Young master, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. My client didn't lose anything. The other party tried to steal, but he didn't succeed. Attempted theft? He snickered and narrowed his shimmering almond-shaped eyes. And I said your client attempted murder. But attempted murder. The lawyer felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He glared at He and said, Young master, you can't just say that. My client was beaten half to death by them. He might have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair, and you're accusing him of attempted murder. Where's the evidence? Of course the evidence has to be handed over to the police. Why should I show it to you? He put away the lighter, and his expression turned cold. Enough. When the police and the court are done with the paperwork, immediately escort them to the imperial capital. The search here had come to an end. All the property under the old man's name was temporarily sealed, and all the funds were frozen. He wanted to return to the capital and interrogate this friend who had suddenly appeared. Why did he have a doll that looked like the doll that Ninji had played with when she was young? Why did he have a family photo of his grandfather and grandmother, as well as a photo of his mother before she had plastic surgery? He couldn't look at the photo directly. Gu Ninji and Hua Xiaoheng came out of the old man's Chinese-style courtyard. They immediately called a taxi and went straight to the airport. The pilot of Lu Jin's private plane had already made arrangements with the airport and would soon be able to take off back to the imperial capital. They rushed to the airport, and after a simple security check, they finally returned to Lu Jin's private plane. When He brought the old man and his thugs to the hospital in Sea City for treatment and bandaging, Gu Ninji and Hua Xiaoheng were already on the flight back to the imperial capital. Gu Ninji didn't speak, nor did she look at her phone. She sat in the plane in a daze, staring at the screen in front of her. There was an old movie on the screen, but she didn't pay attention to it at all. Hua Xiaoheng knew that she had suffered a great shock, so he didn't disturb her for the time being. He just wanted her to slowly get used to it. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, the plane landed at the imperial capital airport. Gu Ninji looked at the clear night sky and felt the cool and fresh air of the imperial capital's spring night. She sighed softly. Hua Xiaoheng held her hand and didn't say anything. He held her hand and led her all the way home. When they returned to Lu Jin's apartment on the third ring road of the imperial capital, Gu Ninji immediately knocked on the door of Lu Jin's apartment. Dad, open the door. I'm Ninji. How could you leave me behind and run away again? She banged on the door vigorously and shouted. Gradually, her shouts turned into cries, as if she wanted to vent all the pain and discomfort she had been suppressing ever since she found out about her biological mother. Hua Xiaoheng had been watching from the side. It wasn't until he saw her wailing that he went over to pick her up. Gu Ninji turned around and leaned into his broad and strong chest. She buried her head in his chest and cried even harder. What exactly does he want? First he hid it from my biological mother. Then he secretly ran away. Does he really want me to become an orphan? Gu Ninji sobbed. Her eyes and nose were red from crying. Hua Xiaoheng took out a tissue and patiently wiped her tears. He said, Go in and take a look. Can't you go in? Gu Ninji. She turned around and placed her palm on the fingerprint lock at Lu Jin's door. Lu Jin's fingerprint lock had Gu Ninji's palm print stored in it, so she could open his door. The door opened with a click, revealing the familiar living room. For the past few months, she had almost treated this place as her second home. Walking in, everything in the room was still the same as when Lu Jin had lived there. However, without the owner, the place inevitably felt desolate. The loneliness in the midst of the beautiful flowers was the most deadly desolation. Gun Yinji looked around and didn't give up. She rushed to the secret door of Lu Jin's laboratory and opened it. The lights in the laboratory lit up. A few beams of light shone down from the roof, and Lu Jin's holographic image gradually took shape. Yinji, my daughter, you're finally here. Lu Jin's holographic image looked at his watch. You spent time to find me. Gun Yinji's tears had almost dried up. She wiped her face with the back of her hand and shouted, Dad, don't be like this. I know you're still alive. You're not dead. Don't make it sound like your last words. I won't believe it. I won't believe a word of it. Although she said, I don't believe it, she fell in a panic when she saw the holographic image that was exactly the same as Gu Xiangwen's. They were counterparts. Would the life trajectories of the counterparts be the same? Would Lu Jin die in the resistance like Gu Xiangwen? Gun Yinji's legs went limp, and she sat on the floor of the laboratory. She looked up at the holographic image and muttered, Dad, what are you doing? Tell me, and I'll help you. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't bear to watch. He bent down to pull her up and said, Stop crying. Let's think of a way to find where your father is. Lu Yuan said that he had gone abroad, but he wasn't sure which country he had gone to. Hua Xiaoheng still wanted to analyze Lu Jin's possible whereabouts with Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji stared at the holographic image of Lu Jin in front of her. Seeing that he seemed to hesitate for a moment, her heart skipped a beat. She immediately thought of the urgent text message Yijichu had received, asking him to come and save her. In that case, Lu Jin hadn't completely cut off contact with his side, right? Forget it. She had nothing to lose. She would take one last gamble. Well, Xiaoheng bent down and held Gun Yinji's arm. Gun Yinji grabbed Hua Xiaoheng's hand and shouted at the holographic image, Dad, did you see that? He's not Peter. He's Hua Xiaoheng. It's Hua Xiaoheng over there. He's my fiancé. No, he's not my fiancé. We got married a long time ago. Hua Xiaoheng gradually froze. He maintained his posture of bending over to pull Gun Yinji, his face expressionless. His profile was illuminated by the projector lights on the roof. His handsome silhouette was a masterpiece created by the creator with his blood and sweat. Gun Yinji held Hua Xiaoheng's hand and raised it. Tears welled up in her eyes. Dad, did you see that? He's already my husband, but I don't have a wedding. Everyone else has a wedding, but I don't. Do you know why? Because I don't have a father to take me down the red carpet. I don't have a father to hand me over to my husband at the wedding. I'm an orphan without parents. I don't deserve a wedding. I don't want a wedding in my life. When I have a baby in the future, I'll tell him that your mother doesn't have a wedding because your grandfather doesn't want her and doesn't want to hand her over to her husband at the wedding. An empty wedding and a cute baby. Gun Yinji used moving words to describe a beautiful and tragic scene to Lu Jin's holographic image. Lu Jin, who was far away in New York, saw this scene through his computer. He couldn't take it anymore. His excited and manic voice came through the 3D holographic image. Yinji, you're really married. Did this guy lie to you? How dare he marry my daughter without giving her a grand wedding? Who gave him the guts? Just you wait. If I don't chop him up, my surname isn't Lu. This is the first update of the day. Chapter 1790, Who Gave Him the Guts? A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. How many more monthly votes do you want today? I'll try for the third update tomorrow. The second update at 8 o'clock tonight. While all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1802. Gun Yinji held Hua Xiaoheng's hand and stood up from the ground. Dad, your surname isn't Lu to begin with. Gun Yinji stared intently at the 3D holographic avatar. She knew that Lu Jin was looking at her from somewhere. The entire apartment was under Lu Jin's surveillance, and the artificial intelligence here was only a very rough prototype. Lu Jin had never thought of hiding it from Gun Yinji. He just hadn't expected Gun Yinji to force him to make a move again so quickly. He thought that by the time Gun Yinji realized that he was gone, he would have finished his business and said goodbye to her forever. Lu Jin rubbed his eyebrows in frustration. His 3D holographic avatar also rubbed his eyebrows. Gun Yinji raised her chin slightly and pouted. She said unhappily, "Dad, what else do you want? Is there anything more important than living a good life with me?" This reminded Lu Jin. If Gu Nianji wanted to live a good life, he had to help her get rid of future troubles. Lu Jin coughed and restrained his emotions. He said, "Nothing. Don't let your imagination run wild." Before he could finish, Gu Nianji interrupted him and said firmly, "I'll come look for you. If you have something to say, let's talk face to face. I just discovered a secret, and I need you to explain it to me." "What secret?" Lu Jin wanted to cut off the communication, but he couldn't bear to. His gaze kept lingering on Gu Nianji's belly. After hesitating for a long time, he asked tentatively, "You're pregnant?" Gu Nianji. This train of thought was too jumpy. "Pregnant? What?" Gu Nianji deliberately spoke vaguely and ambiguously. "Anyway, even if my child is born, he won't have a grandfather. Perhaps in the eyes of others, he'll be born out of wedlock, that is, an illegitimate child." At this point, Gu Nianji suddenly felt awkward. She herself seemed to be born out of wedlock. Gu Nianji's eyes flickered. Before she could explain, Hua Xiaoheng had already rubbed her head unhappily. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could our child be born out of wedlock?" Lu Jin had already backed down and planned to ignore Gu Nianji no matter how much she cried. However, when he saw Hua Xiaoheng's intimate behavior and thought about the strangeness of this Peter that he had noticed before, Lu Jin immediately became angry again. "Hua Xiaoheng, let go of your hand. We haven't even had a wedding yet, so what right do you have to call yourself a husband?" "But we're really married, and we have a marriage certificate." Hua Xiaoheng understood Gu Nianji's intentions and began to add fuel to the fire. "Marriage certificate, my ass." Lu Jin spoke without thinking. He was so angry that he almost had high blood pressure in front of the computer. He slapped the computer table and said angrily, "If there's no wedding, it's not considered a wedding. This is the rule of our Gu family." Gu Nianji interrupted casually. "Huh? Isn't your surname Lu?" Lu Jin, looking at this daughter who had married him off without a wedding and was even siding with an outsider, Lu Jin was really angry. But what could he do? Of course, he could only forgive her. Lu Jin closed his eyes and held the mouse in his hand. He lingered in front of the close icon on the screen for a long time, but he still couldn't do it. It was easy to make a decision when he didn't see Gu Nianji, but as soon as he saw her, his determination began to waver. Now, there was another thing that he was more worried about. What should he do about her wedding? Lu Jin couldn't tolerate the fact that he had a marriage certificate but didn't have a wedding. He took a deep breath. "Nianji." Gu Nianji was afraid that he would back out again, so she quickly said, "Dad, where are you? Tell me the place. I want to be with you." "Nonsense." Lu Jin's frown deepened. "How can you come here? Stay here and don't cause trouble." "Dad, without your protection, look, I'm in danger again." Gu Nianji put on a pitiful expression and covered her abdomen with her hands. Although Hua Xiaoheng knew that it was impossible for her to be pregnant, he still couldn't help but look over. Lu Jin could see it even more clearly. The obsessive-compulsive disorder patient couldn't stand this ambiguous situation. He raked his messy hair with his hand and said helplessly and weakly, "Is it really possible that you're pregnant? Then all the more reason not to come." No, I'm not pregnant." Gu Nianji shook her head repeatedly and put on a "she's clearly pregnant but refuses to admit it" posture. Hua Xiaoheng also said, No. How is that possible?" However, when he said this, his eyes deliberately wavered. It was obvious that he was insincere and had a guilty conscience. Lu Jin's heart was about to jump out his throat. His eyes were red, and he slammed his hands on the keyboard and said, "Stop pretending, you too. How can you take a long-distance flight when you're pregnant? The radiation at high altitudes is very strong. It's not good for the fetus." Gu Nianji keenly caught the words long-distance flight and thought to herself that she had indeed gone abroad. She perked up and patted her abdomen. "It's okay. Dad is the most important. At most, I won't give birth." "Nonsense." Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Jin kept scolding her. Their voices were almost identical. Gu Nianji blinked her big black, grape-like eyes. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng and then at Lu Jin's 3D holographic portrait. She felt wronged. Then what can I do? Pregnant women are moody. What if I'm depressed? She covered her face with her hands and didn't dare to let Lu Jin see the corners of her lips curl up. At this moment, she didn't dare to mention that she had discovered who her biological mother was at all, for fear that she would scare Lu Jin away again. So Xiaoheng put his arm around her shoulder and said to Lu Jin's 3D holographic portrait, "Mr. Lu, I'll call you Dad like Nianji. You should understand Nianji. Her emotions are very unstable right now, and I'm not sure if she's pregnant. Her constitution is special, and she can't just find a random hospital to have a blood test or a prenatal checkup. Sigh, it's also troublesome." Xiaoheng deliberately spoke vaguely to mislead Lu Jin. Lu Jin's brows knitted into a knot. That's right, Gu Nianji was actually pregnant at this juncture. What about her prenatal checkup? Lu Jin was worried about letting someone he wasn't familiar with do her prenatal checkup. Of course, he couldn't do it himself. He pondered it for a long time, so long that Gu Nianji was about to give up on this idea and think of something else. Lu Jin finally spoke. "I have a radiation suit in my lab that can withstand cosmic radiation. Put on her," Lu Jin said to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng quickly nodded. "I'll find it right away and put on for Nianji." Lu Jin said to Gu Nianji seriously, "Nianji, you're going to be a mother, so don't be willful anymore. Remember to put on the radiation suit and come to New York on my private plane with that Hua guy. I'll find someone I trust to do another comprehensive prenatal checkup for you." Gu Nianji, QAQ. What should she do? She was going to be exposed. This was the second update of the day. Chapter 1791, she's going to be exposed. Remind everyone of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. How many monthly votes would you like to cast today? I'll try to make 3 updates tomorrow. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1803. The act was over. Where's she going to get a pregnancy certificate? Could a pregnancy test be faked? Gu Nianji didn't realize that she had also been led astray by Lu Jin. Hua Xiaoheng was indeed a veteran intelligence officer. He quickly extracted useful information from Lu Jin's words. "Okay, where are you in New York?" "Nianji and I went to New York." "How can I contact you? Can I call your old phone?" Hua Xiaoheng asked immediately. Lu Jin waved his hand. "Okay, I received every call you made, but I forwarded it on my computer at home." The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. She silently cursed Hua Xiaoheng for being the king of acting. Even in the face of the danger of being exposed, his expression didn't change. She silently closed her mouth and raised her 2 index fingers. She was just short of poking them together. In Lu Jin's eyes, she looked like she had done something bad and was found out by her parents. Lu Jin couldn't help but feel even more sorry for her. He couldn't help but comfort Gu Nianji. "Nianji, don't be afraid. Dad's here. You can give birth to the child in peace. If anyone dares to say anything, your dad will teach them a lesson. As for the man who got a marriage certificate with you without a wedding, let's just ignore him." Lu Jin glared at Hua Xiaoheng. "Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a marriage certificate." Hua Xiaoheng was expressionless and didn't say anything, but he was silently complaining in his heart. "Sorry, just because you have a marriage certificate, you can do whatever you want to your wife." Gu Nianji was about to cry again. She was touched, guilty, and anxious. She quietly moved behind Hua Xiaoheng and tugged at his shirt. Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at her, and she quickly pouted at the room next to her. She was blocked behind Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng could see her when he turned around, but Lu Jin couldn't see her at all through the 3D holographic avatar. Lu Jin craned his neck and controlled the computer. The 3D holographic avatar from thousands of miles away swooped down beside Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji was shocked. "Dad, what are you doing?" "I'm just looking at you." "Are you hiding and crying again?" Lu Jin's 3D holographic avatar reached out to Gu Nianji to touch her face. However, the combination of light and shadow was ultimately illusory. He stood there, unable to touch anything. Gu Nianji snapped back to reality and looked at the scene. She whispered, "Dad, let me tell you, Gu Xiangwen also left a 3D holographic image like this," as his last words. When I came back and saw this, I almost went into shock. As she spoke, she suddenly had an idea. She clutched her stomach and said, my stomach hurts. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to lie in bed for a while. Dad, tell me your address so that I can board the plane and see you." Are you okay?" Lu Jin was also terrified. "Go lie down. I'll get in touch with my pilot and get him ready." "Child, why are you so careless? She's already pregnant." Gu Nianji said weakly. I don't know. Don't talk nonsense." With 3 consecutive denials, who could contend against him? Lu Jin pretended not to hear it. He was extremely worried. After the call ended, Lu Jin sat in the big room of his luxurious apartment on the top floor of New York Central Park, lost in thought as he looked out the window at the green space. It was 9 o'clock in the evening in China, but it was 9 o'clock in the morning in New York. The sun was shining brightly outside. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the small Central Park was green. There were a few pots of azaleas planted on the windowsill outside the French windows. They were in full bloom, echoing with a few pots of apricot jasmine. He remembered that he had sensed that Peter was unusually familiar with Gu Nianji. He had even expressed his doubts, but Gu Nianji had calmly fooled him. The corners of Lu Jin's mouth curled up slightly when he thought of this. She was so cute when she lied. Such a daughter was his flesh and blood no matter what. Whether it was good or bad, the only thing he couldn't give up was her. However, Nianji was his daughter, so she couldn't have a bad side. Lu Jin realized that he had no principles or stance in front of this daughter. She was his greatest weakness. Lu Jin closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Perhaps he had to re-examine his plan. Or perhaps he should ask his daughter's husband to help advise him. After all, that was what he did. Hua Xiaoheng, the commander of the Huaxiao Empire's Special Operations Forces in the other world. Lu Jin's expression turned cold. And Lu Yuan, did this guy already know who Peter was? He was the only one hiding it from him. Lu Jin, who had always boasted of his high IQ, instantly felt like his IQ had been hit by 10,000 points. He picked up the phone and called Lu Yuan directly. Lu Yuan was packing his luggage in the hotel and preparing to return to the imperial capital immediately. Lu Jin had run away without a word. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat just thinking about it. The last time Lu Jin disappeared without a word was 8 years ago when they worked together to send Gu Nianji to the other world. When he reappeared, he had planned that earth-shattering explosion and fire. Lu Yuan, who had been hiding at the side at the time, was stunned. Lu Jin really wanted to die. Fortunately, Lu Yuan had made preparations in advance. The tunnel he had dug in the place where the high-energy magnetic field resonated came in handy at this time. However, when he rescued Lu Jin from the fire, Lu Jin was already a severely burned patient. Only Lu Yuan knew how many plastic surgeries and skin grafts Lu Jin had undergone to get to where he was now. Every time this person disappeared, he was planning a bigger operation. Lu Yuan couldn't believe what Lu Jin would do this time. So when he saw Lu Jin's phone number appear on his phone, Lu Yuan immediately picked it up. "Big shareholder Lu, where have you been? Do you know that your daughter is in danger?" Lu Yuan immediately reprimanded him, and he brought up Gu Nianji. This was the person who could soften Lu Jin's heart and make him feel guilty. He didn't expect Lu Jin to not have the attitude of obediently listening to his scolding in the past. He also asked, "Big Boss Lu, you're too dishonest. That Peter is your nephew, isn't he? You're still pretending." Lu Yuan, why was Lu Jin so sensitive? This didn't make sense. It was impossible for a person with severe interpersonal disorder to tell if Peter was real or fake. Lu Yuan coughed and was about to continue bluffing Lu Jin when he heard Lu Jin say again, "Don't try to bluff me." Lu Yuan, my daughter told me personally. She said that she and your nephew are married, but they didn't hold a wedding. My daughter is pregnant. Lu Yuan, married? When did this happen? Why didn't I know? And she's pregnant. Really? Lu Yuan didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to hold back. He didn't tell him this important news. What's the use of knowing? Big Boss Lou, your nephew kidnapped my daughter to get married, but he didn't hold a wedding for her. You still say your nephew is a good person. How can a good person be so shameless? Lou Jean felt uncomfortable when he thought of what his daughter had said. He vented all his anger on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was also anxious. He quickly said, "Wait, let me ask what's going on. This kid didn't tell me. This kid, now you admit that you already knew who he was." Lu Jean flew into a rage. "As expected, you hid it from me. Is it fun to fool me?" He was so angry that he threw his phone and sat alone in the apartment, hugging his head and sulking. Lu Yuan couldn't get through to him again. He thought for a moment and called Hua Xiaoheng directly. Hua Xiaoheng was packing his luggage in the apartment. He was going to take Lu Jin's private plane to New York with Gun Yinji tomorrow. They had to rush to New York to meet up with Lu Jin. Of course, they couldn't waste a single moment. Gun Yinji had used stomachache to fool Lu Jin just so she could pack her things and set off. Hua Xiaoheng saw that it was Lu Yuan calling and was about to inform him of Lu Jin's whereabouts. He didn't expect to hear Lu Yuan's rare roar as soon as he picked up the call. "You're so capable. Are you bullying a girl who doesn't have an adult to back her up? You sent her away with a marriage certificate? Our Hua family doesn't have a son like you." Hua Xiaoheng. Lu Yuan's voice was so loud that Gun Yinji could hear it clearly from the side. However, she had no intention of defending Hua Xiaoheng. She lay on the sofa and scrolled through her phone, but the corners of her mouth curled up happily. She finally understood what it felt like to be protected by a family. This feeling was completely different from the love between a man and a woman. The love of the family didn't need to worry about gains and losses, and didn't need to care about who loved more and who loved less. A child who was loved by a family would never feel lonely. The missing piece at the bottom of her heart was finally filled up. However, Hua Xiaoheng couldn't shut his ears and not listen. He could only smile bitterly as he listened to Lu Yuan scold him for a while before saying, "It was a special situation at that time. It was a stopgap measure." "A stopgap measure? You have a nerve to say that? Can you get someone pregnant with a stopgap measure?" Hua Xiaoheng. He glanced at Gun Yinji with a dark face. It was all her good idea. Now that she had caused a mess, he had to deal with the aftermath. Gun Yinji felt his gaze and turned to look at him. She didn't have time to hide the sly smile on her face like a little fox. Hua Xiaoheng's heart softened when he saw her like this. He reached out and patted her head. He couldn't bear to scold her, so he coughed and said to Lu Yuan, "Uncle Lu is in New York. He asked me to send Yinji to New York. Do you want to come with us?" This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1792, you can do whatever you want with a marriage certificate. A reminder to everyone about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was the third update. Yesterday's monthly votes were too awesome. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the second update. 8 o'clock in the evening, the third update. Mwah, everyone little angels. Chapter 1804. Lu Yuan had wanted to ask where Lu Jin was, but when Lu Jin said that Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng were married a long time ago and might be pregnant, he was completely misled. Now that he heard Hua Xiaoheng's words, he came back to his senses and quickly said, "Of course I'm going. I'm going back to the capital right away. When is your flight? Are you going by private plane?" Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "It's all arranged. The flight is tomorrow morning. I'm going to the airport now. I'm on the next flight. I'll be in the capital at midnight." It was about 4 to 5 hours flight from Z City back to the capital. "I'll pick you up at the airport," Hua Xiaoheng quickly said. He mainly wanted to find a plan to talk to Lu Yuan alone. Hua Xiaoheng felt that this trip to New York wouldn't be peaceful, so he wanted to know more about Lu Jin. Lu Yuan didn't refuse and said bluntly, "I'll send you the flight number. Remember to pick me up. Drive carefully." After discussing it with him, Hua Xiaoheng hung up the phone and said to Gun Yinji, "Go to bed early. I'll sleep for 4 hours. When I wake up, I'll pick up CEO Lu at the airport." Gun Yinji yawned. "Then I'll go to bed. Have you packed your things for the plane tomorrow morning?" "I packed my things." Hua Xiaoheng took out the protective suit that Lu Jin had specially instructed him to protect against cosmic rays. He smiled and said, "You have to wear it tomorrow." Gun Yinji rolled her eyes. "How could you not know if I'm pregnant or not? Who are you lying to by wearing this?" Hua Xiaoheng gritted his teeth at her teasing. He leaned over and picked her up. He walked to the bedroom and said, "What if I'm not pregnant? Do you want to try harder?" Gun Yinji's face instantly turned red. It wasn't a faint pink, but a delicate red. Under her delicate skin, the bright red came from the bottom of her skin. When they arrived at the bedroom, Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help kissing her face and whispering in her ear, "Did you miss me?" Gun Yinji, she stared at him, and the sly smile on her face gradually faded. She hooked her hand around his neck and pulled him down. She kissed his lips and murmured, "Yes." She had missed him so much that she thought she would never see him again. Hua Xiaoheng kissed her lips for a while and felt that the room was getting hotter and hotter. There were beads of sweat on his forehead, but he didn't have time to wipe them off. He placed them on her head to calm her racing heart. His body was clamoring again, every inch craving her. Hua Xiaoheng asked, "Do you want me?" Gun Yinji, she wanted to say no, but her legs had already wrapped around his muscular waist. Hua Xiaoheng was tall and burly, and his back strength was outstanding. Gun Yinji's slender legs wrapped around his waist. It was like she was climbing a stone statue. Her legs were spread apart, and her entire body was spread apart. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't take it anymore. He lowered his head and kissed her again and again, letting her bare her teeth and claws like a fierce kitten and tear at his clothes. In the end, he was only left with his underwear. Hua Xiaoheng finally pressed Gun Yinji's hand down. His hands were like iron pincers, immobilizing Gun Yinji. "Don't you want it?" Gun Yinji asked. She was shocked by herself. Her tone was so seductive that it could drip water. It was too shameful. Hua Xiaoheng held her hands tightly and stretched them above her head. Gun Yinji had no choice but to puff out her chest. Their skin was pressed against each other, and the heat was spreading between them. It was as if she could see the steam spreading between them, blurring her vision. Everything was blurry, as if a beauty filter had been added. She looked at him with fascination. His masculine body was tall and strong, and his mature man's temperament was as profound as the birch forest in autumn. Hua Xiaoheng's entire body heated up under Gun Yinji's gaze, but he used all his restraint to suppress his burgeoning desire. Gun Yinji's lips parted slightly as she looked at him longingly. Seeing that he hadn't taken any further action, she became a little anxious and said aggrievedly, "I'm not pregnant yet. Aren't you afraid of being exposed?" The word pregnant completely woke Hua Xiaoheng up. He turned over and lay flat with Gun Yinji. He panted slightly and said, "No, we can't get pregnant here. Gun Yinji, why? I want to take you back. I want my child to be healthy and in a place where I can control it without any danger." Hua Xiaoheng patted her head. "I also want you to live a safe and sound life with me." Gun Yinji was extremely touched. A man who could still step on the brakes at such a critical juncture either loved you to the extreme or didn't love you at all. Gun Yinji believed that Hua Xiaoheng was the former. There was no doubt about it. Gun Yinji let go of her hand and watched Hua Xiaoheng get out of bed and walk to the bathroom. Not long after, the sound of water splashing could be heard in the bathroom. Gun Yinji had wanted to wait for Hua Xiaoheng to sleep with her, but he still hadn't come. The sound of water splashing in the bathroom was like a lullaby, and Gun Yinji slowly fell asleep in the sound of water. Hua Xiaoheng cleaned up in the bathroom and took a shower. When he came out, Gun Yinji was already asleep. He shook his head with a smile and fell asleep beside her. He had been here for a few months, and this was the first time he could sleep beside her openly. "Good night." Hua Xiaoheng kissed Gun Yinji on the cheek and closed his eyes to sleep. 4 hours later, Hua Xiaoheng woke up on time. After he went to the bathroom to wash up, he left Gun Yinji's apartment with his car keys and went to the airport to pick up Lu Yuan. If it wasn't for the fact that the arrival time of Lu Yuan's plane was so different from the departure time of their plane, they would have directly picked up Lu Yuan and taken him to the plane to the United States. Lu Yuan walked out of the exit and saw Hua Xiaoheng's tall figure. Both of them were wearing sunglasses and looked like brothers. They didn't look like they were from the same generation. Hua Xiaoheng took the suitcase from Lu Yuan and said, "How did your investigation in Z City go?" Lu Yuan shook his head. Qin Bei still has some tricks up his sleeve. He's washed himself clean, and there's almost no evidence. Don't tell me you didn't find any evidence at all? Hua Xiaoheng didn't believe it. When his uncle worked in the military, Hua Xiaoheng was still a junior high school student. Of course not. I found no evidence at all. Lu Yuan smiled, and his attitude was very easygoing. I found the Qin family's old neighbor and found something very interesting. I'd like to hear more. Hua Xiaoheng drove out of the airport and onto the highway. Lu Jin rubbed his forehead and said, "I found out from Granny Chun, who did business with the Qin family, that the Qin family's orphanage had been open for many years. It started with Qin Bei's ancestors. It's not like what's written on the official website of the Qin family's private hospital group. The Qin family's orphanage was founded by Qin Bei." Hua Xiaoheng was very surprised. "Is this true?" "Yes. I checked the local county records and found that there were 2 orphanages there more than 100 years ago. One was started by foreigners, and the other was opened by the Qin family. It's called an orphanage, but it's actually also a business. The orphanage opened by foreigners later closed down. Only the Qin family's orphanage is left here." Hua Xiaoheng thought deeply and said, "But opening an orphanage requires a lot of capital. Where did the Qin family get so much money in the beginning?" Lu Yuan shook his head regretfully. "I didn't find out for the time being. I even lied to Granny Chun and told her that Qin Bei's family was the same as ours. They were all peasants. Why did Granny Chun only talk about that piece of land, which was Qin Huichan's family's land, when the hospital was opened?" Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. "The time isn't right. That hospital was opened because of the land. What I want to know is, where did they get the first startup fund for opening an orphanage? Also, I got the news from the KGB that Qin Yaoguang's memory stripping surgery is said to be an ancestral technique of the Qin family. The Qin family member who taught her this technique is now dead, so she's the only one who knows how to perform this kind of surgery now." This was the second update of the day. Chapter 1793, Do You Want Me? A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. The first additional update of 100,000 cheating coins for the president of Chasing You with 100 million in April has arrived. 8 p.m., the third update. Moi, big shots, little angels. Chapter 1805. Lu Yuan snorted. "What a coincidence. A skill that can only be passed on to women and not men? You believe it? It doesn't matter if I believe it or not, but even the KGB only knows that it's a member of the Qin family. They don't know who it is exactly. They've done a good job of keeping it a secret." Hua Xiaoheng drove the car into the underground garage and returned to the apartment upstairs with Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was travel-worn, and he would have to go to New York with them soon. So he said to Hua Xiaoheng, "I'll go take a shower first. What time is the flight to New York?" Hua Xiaoheng looked at his watch. "There's still 2 hours. Okay, see you later." Gun Yinji was woken up by the smell of breakfast. She could smell the fragrance in her dreams. She looked at the table full of crystal soup dumplings, crab shell yellow pastries, red bean purple rice porridge, and glutinous pumpkin glutinous rice balls, and salivated. Unfortunately, she woke up before she could eat it. She let out a cry and kicked the blanket away to get up. Hua Xiaoheng pushed the door open and came in. He smiled and said, "Hurry up and have breakfast. President Liu is back." Gun Yinji's eyes lit up. President Liu made breakfast? No wonder it smells so good. Hua Xiaoheng's cooking skills were indeed good, but he was still slightly inferior to Lu Yuan's. Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips. "I made it. Why are you disappointed?" Gun Yinji pursed her lips. "Stop joking. It must have been President Liu. I can smell the difference in the fragrance. Look at how capable you are." Hua Xiaoheng laughed and shook his head. "Okay, you guessed right. It was indeed President Liu who made it. I'll help him." Gun Yinji changed into her home clothes, raked her hair with her hand, and rushed out. In the dining room, Lu Yuan was dressed in a black, slim, casual jacket and beige wool trousers. He held a newspaper in his hand and leisurely bathed in the morning light in front of the French windows of the dining room. Gun Yinji called out happily, "Good morning, President Lu." Lu Yuan put down the newspaper and looked at her with a smile. His gaze inadvertently swept across Gun Yinji's abdomen, and he nodded. "Good morning. Hurry up and eat breakfast. It's all prepared for you." On the rectangular dining table, a bowl of black sesame, whole wheat cereal milk soup was placed in front of Gun Yinji's usual seat. It was very thick and gave off a seductive aroma. 2 round jam, walnut, and sesame dumplings were placed on a small white porcelain plate. They were roasted to a glistening yellow color, making people want to eat them one by one. There was also a bowl of chicken stewed rice. The chicken meat was fresh and tender. It was the kind of chicken that was raised in the wild and had not eaten any additives. It was the kind of fineness that caged chickens that were raised on a large scale didn't have. The rice used was naturally grown rice. The grains were plump, and there were black shiitake mushrooms, green peas, and white winter bamboo shoots in the middle. They were all diced to make it more flavorful. Beside the braised chicken rice was a glass of low-fat milk, the nutritious drink that Gun Yinji drank all year round. In front of Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan was a large plate of white and fat buns. Gun Yinji sniffed and smelled like beef. There was also a large pot of corn millet porridge and a plate of rolled pancakes for stir-fried shredded meat, coriander, and green peppers. There was also a cup of aromatic black coffee. Gun Yinji was very envious and said, "Can I have a beef bun? Another pancake?" Hua Xiaoheng smiled, but didn't say anything. Lu Yuan said calmly, "No, you're in a special situation now. You can't eat like us. I prepared breakfast for you that's suitable for pregnant women. You have to eat like this in the future. Pay attention to nutrition and can't be picky." Gun Yinji, QAQ. She really couldn't lie. She smiled sheepishly and said, "Actually, it's not necessarily true. Even a pregnancy test can't be tested now." She had to lay the foundation for herself and slowly show them the cruel truth that she wasn't pregnant. Lu Yuan said nonchalantly, "The pregnancy test isn't accurate at all. When we get to New York, I'll ask your father to test your blood." Blood tests and ultrasound were the 2 tests that confirmed pregnancy. Pregnancy tests and test strips were just household aids. The corners of Gun Yinji's mouth twitched. She thought to herself, "Uncle, is it really good for a man to know so much?" She bit the bullet and finished her pregnant breakfast and immediately rushed back to wash up. Not long after, the 3 of them were already sitting on Lu Jin's private plane. The destination of the flight was JFK Airport in New York. It was a 12-hour flight from Huaxia to the United States. Gun Yinji fell asleep again after getting on the plane. Because she hadn't slept well last night, she was catching up on her sleep on the plane. But in Lu Yuan's eyes, this was another piece of irrefutable evidence of pregnancy. He also reminded Hua Xiaoheng, "Don't disturb Yinji's rest. Come on my side and talk. Let her sleep alone for a while." Hua Xiaoheng. However, he didn't dare to disobey his elder's orders. However, seeing how serious Lu Yuan was, Hua Xiaoheng didn't dare to continue hiding it. He sat down in front of Lu Yuan and said in a low voice, "Actually, Yinji isn't pregnant. We're using this method to force her father to appear." Lu Yuan, he wanted to ask, "No way." But the person in front of him was Gun Yinji's husband. If he said that Gun Yinji wasn't pregnant, how could he insist? Lu Yuan glared at Hua Xiaoheng and kicked him angrily. "Look at what you've done. Explain it to her father when you get to New York. Don't expect me to help you." Hua Xiaoheng raised his head and looked at Lu Yuan with a smile. He said calmly, "CEO Lu, this matter can be big or small. It depends on how you say it. Besides, the purpose of our trip to New York isn't to give Yinji a prenatal checkup. It's to find her father and ask him what he wants to do." This was indeed a serious matter. Lu Yuan glared at him for a while and couldn't hold back his laughter. He punched him hard. "You're good. You can even think of this." Hua Xiaoheng continued to smile. "How could I have come up with such a genius idea? Nianji was just fooling around, and her father actually believed her. Lu Yuan shook his head with emotion and said, how could he not believe it? Even if Gu Nianji said that the sun rose from the west, Lu Jin would have verified it for her. Hua Xiaoheng, if he loves her so much, why would he leave her alone in New York and pretend to cut off contact? Lu Yuan frowned. I don't know either. That's why I'm worried. Lu Jin is a genius. Sometimes, the brain circuits of a genius are not something that ordinary people like us can understand. As he spoke, he told Hua Xiaoheng in detail what had happened 8 years ago. Hua Xiaoheng knew what had happened in the other world, but he didn't know what had happened in the other world. It wasn't until Lu Yuan told him that he came to a realization. Uncle Lu deliberately let the car explode that time? Lu Yuan nodded. He wanted to really die so that no one would continue to investigate. I didn't expect He Zhichu to not give up. He Chengjian couldn't bear to see his son become dispirited, and he found a magnetic resonance device, so he sent people to the other world to make preparations. They first found the location of the He family in the other world. Unfortunately, at that time, He Chengjian and He Zhichu weren't in their hometown. They didn't know where they went. They used the identity of the He family in the other world as a cover. They used the technology and financial resources of this world to rise strongly in South America in the other world. They killed the biggest drug lord in Colombia almost overnight and rose strongly to become the underground godfather of South America. They also worked with the CIA in the other world to secretly search for Nianji all over the world, but to no avail. 3 years later, He Zhichu pulled himself together from his decadence and insisted on going to the other world to look for Nianji personally. He Chengjian originally didn't allow it because He Chengjian and He Zhichu in the other world had lost contact. What if they were still alive? He Zhichu would be courting death if he went. He didn't dare to let his son take the risk. But he couldn't resist He Zhichu's desperate request. He said that if he didn't look for Nianji, he wouldn't survive alone. He threatened to die, so He Chengjian finally let him go. Fortunately, he didn't die after going over. This means that He Zhichu on the other side died a long time ago. Hua Xiaoheng listened carefully and compared it with the situation on his side. He said, no wonder He Zhichu entered Harvard University 4 years ago to become a law professor. He quickly made a name for himself in the legal world. This should have been due to the CIA's matchmaking. Why didn't he contact us? Hua Xiaoheng said regretfully. Lu Yuan understood this very well. They used their identity as the He family to set up a base in South America. It was more convenient to cooperate with the United States. Besides, you protected Nianji so well that they couldn't get any information, so they could only stay put. When it came to finding people on a global scale, the CIA was better at it. Hua Xiaoheng understood. Later, we couldn't find out Nianji's background, so we simply let her go to university and interact with society. That way, if someone was looking for her, they would be able to find her. If Gu Nianji had been in the Special Operations Forces base, He Zhichu would never have been able to find her even if he had turned the world upside down. Lu Yuan laughed. Who's the Oriole and who's the Mantis? We can still talk about it. Hua Xiaoheng understood the whole story. Because He Zhichu's current identity was most likely Gu Nianji's biological brother from the same mother, but different father, Xiaoheng no longer had any grudges. He smiled and said, young master, he is very considerate. If I have the chance, I'll have to thank him for taking care of Nianji when she was young. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes at him. You're really good at rubbing salt in the wound. Hua Xiaoheng paused for a moment and remembered that Lu Yuan still didn't know about this. He picked up his phone and sent Lu Yuan a text message. There's a clue about Nianji's biological mother. It's very likely that she's Qin Suan. Lu Yuan felt his phone vibrate. He looked down and his eyes widened. He cried out involuntarily. What? Are you serious? How could he not know the famous Qin Suan? It was too shocking to suddenly say that she might be Gu Nianji's biological mother. Even someone as experienced and calm as Lu Yuan almost lost his composure. This was today's third watch, chapter 1794, Rubbing Salt in the Wound. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1806. Hua Xiaoheng immediately sent another text message. Don't say it out loud. This is Uncle Lu's private plane. Hua Xiaoheng had no doubt that Lu Jin would be monitoring this place. He didn't want to reveal this matter for the time being. Lu Jin chose to hide it from Gu Ninji, which meant that there was a lot going on here. Moreover, there was also an elusive time bomb Chengjian involved, so it was best if, I know, the heavens know, and the earth know. Lu Yuan quickly understood and hid his surprised expression. He lowered his head and sent a text message to Hua Xiaoheng. How did you know? Hua Xiaoheng only replied with one sentence. We saw a family photo of young master, his grandfather's family. The little girl, and it looked very similar to Nianji. Lu Yuan's eyebrows rose high. He didn't reply to the text message. He turned to look at Hua Xiaoheng and asked in confusion, You only saw a photo, and you came to such an earth-shattering conclusion? Isn't this a little too reckless? Not only that, but we were also in danger because of this. Hua Xiaoheng cut the long story short. Otherwise, why would you be on the plane with us? That's a little strange. Lu Yuan frowned and thought about the past of the two Qin families. Have you ever thought that they all have the same surname, Qin? Is there some kind of relationship? Lu Yuan asked thoughtfully. Hua Xiaoheng leaned back in his seat indifferently and said calmly, Even if there is, it's a very distant relationship. Otherwise, Qin Huichang wouldn't be unwilling to sell the land when Qin Bei wanted to buy it. A piece of land that seemed insignificant at the time. If the two families were very close relatives, there would be no need for it to be so complicated. Moreover, judging from the ancestors of the two families, they shouldn't be the same family. They just happen to have the same surname. Lu Yuan nodded. I thought about it, and thought that was the only reason. The Qin family is now being held back by the He family, so we can ignore them for the time being. It's more important to take care of Lu Jin first. Hua Xiaoheng grunted. He remembered Gu Nianji's pregnancy and wanted to say something, but hesitated. He had a headache about how to explain it to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan saw that he seemed to have something to say and snorted unhappily. Is there anything you can't say to me? Hua Xiaoheng smiled bitterly and lowered his head. He thought that he would talk after he got off the plane. He didn't even dare to text about it now. Gu Nianji slept on the plane and woke up to find that she had already arrived at New York's JFK International Airport. Rubbing her eyes, she went to the bathroom to freshen up. Putting on her sunglasses, she followed Hua Xiaoheng off the plane. Lu Yuan was already waiting in the car below. She bent over to get in the car and asked, Are we going straight to my dad's place? Lu Yuan nodded and said amiably, We're almost there. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Uncle will cook for you. Gu Nianji, was he giving up on his identity as Boss Lu? He directly addressed himself as Uncle. Gu Nianji smiled and shrank her neck guiltily. Thank you, President Lu. Uncle, I'm not hungry now. In order not to be scanned by Lu Yuan's probing gaze, Gu Nianji closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. But in Lu Yuan's eyes, this was already one of the symptoms of a pregnant woman's lethargy. He took a blanket from the car and carefully covered Gu Nianji with it. Gu Nianji shivered and grabbed Hua Xiaoheng's hand from under the blanket for help. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and sat next to her. He said to Lu Yuan, who was sitting opposite him, President Lu, don't trouble yourself. I'll take care of her. Lu Yuan snorted. Take care of yourself. With that, he took out a large newspaper and unfolded it in front of him. Hua Xiaoheng breathed a sigh of relief and held Gu Nianji's hand under the blanket. He looked at her with a half-smile. Gu Nianji quietly opened one eye and happened to meet Hua Xiaoheng's gaze. Hua Xiaoheng mouthed, You're naughty. Gu Nianji, the luxurious, extended limousine drove through the narrow streets and alleys of New York. The driver was a local. He drove steadily and quickly through the traffic. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the Central Park apartment where Lu Jin lived. Gu Nianji got out of the car and covered her eyes with her hand to block the sun. She looked up at the tall apartment building. Lu Jin lived in the penthouse of this building. The three of them carried their simple luggage into the elevator and went straight to the entrance of Lu Jin's apartment. The elevator door opened, and Lu Jin rushed over anxiously. He held Gun Yinji's hand and looked her up and down. Yinji, are you okay? Is the baby okay? Gun Yinji? She was already a baby? Who wasn't a baby? She was also a baby. Gun Yinji was getting a little agitated. She pushed Lu Jin's hand away and said coldly, Dad, don't change the subject. Let's talk about why you left us behind and came to this godforsaken place alone. Lu Jin froze for a moment and quickly corrected her seriously. This is New York's Central Park Mansion District. It's the most prosperous place in the entire United States, not a godforsaken place. You're still going to be picky with me at a time like this. Gun Yinji pointed her hand at Lu Jin's chest and walked out of the elevator step by step. With every step she took, Lu Jin took a step back. He had to look at her carefully, afraid that she would fall. Xiaoheng's head hurt even more as he watched from behind. He quickly stepped forward and held Gun Yinji's hand. Yinji, this is your father. You can't be rude. Before Gun Yinji could say anything, Lu Jin was already unwilling. He pushed Xiaoheng's hand away and held Gun Yinji's arm. He said angrily, My girl can talk to me whatever she wants. I'm willing. I'm willing. What does it have to do with you? Don't pretend to be a good person to get on my good side. Let me tell you, I won't fall for it. Xiaoheng. Lu Yuan was amused by this. He followed them out with his suitcase and said, Let's talk inside. Are you sure you want to sing in front of the elevator? Gun Yinji lowered her head in shame. She was the one who had first started to sing in front of the elevator. Was Lu Yuan talking about her? Lu Jin saw that Gun Yinji was embarrassed and quickly frowned at Lu Yuan. Boss Lu, why are you so long-winded? Can't I express my joy at reuniting with my girl after a long time? What do you mean by singing a big show? Who's better than you and your nephew when it comes to singing a big show? You two drama queens pretend like nothing happened all day long, and you still have the face to say that we're singing a big show today. The we he was referring to was, of course, him and his biological daughter, Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji was actually a little embarrassed, but when Lu Jin said it, she suddenly felt righteous and didn't feel embarrassed at all. That's right. Didn't he see who was the king of drama queens? And his uncle. He actually said that she and her father were singing a big show. TSK. Gun Yinji wished she could reach out and slap her mouth. She wanted to poke out her tongue and mock Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan sighed and said, See, this is why we didn't tell you. You have to know that we can talk about it anytime and anywhere. Do you think we're surrounded by iron and no one is watching us? If someone hears us, we'll both die. Gun Yinji came back to her senses and quickly pulled Lu Jin into the house. Dad, come in and talk. Lu Yuan had asked him to come in just now, but Lu Jin had retorted and refused to come in. However, Gun Yinji had said that Lu Jin had followed her advice and immediately followed her in. After Lu Yuan and Xiaoheng came in, they carefully closed the door and heaved a sigh of relief. Gun Yinji quickly looked around Lu Jin's apartment. The luxurious duplex apartment on the top floor was decorated in a simple and lively manner. The postmodern style was very obvious. Everything was practical and comfortable, but the furnishings and furniture were very avant-garde and beautiful. It matched Lu Jin's aesthetic sense of a scientist. Gun Yinji sat down on the sofa in the large corner of the living room. She sat cross-legged and looked at the lush green scenery of Central Park through the large glass window opposite her. She stretched and said, Dad, you really know how to enjoy yourself. You left me behind and came here alone to enjoy such a beautiful scenery. Lu Jin sat down beside her and observed her expression without blinking. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed her pulse. Gun Yinji, it was over. Had she been exposed so quickly? Moi, moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1807. When Lu Yuan saw that Lu Jin had finally turned the corner, he let out a long sigh and said, "All right, it'll be fine once everyone gets to the point. All right, big shareholder Lu, remember to keep his affairs a secret. Otherwise, if that person finds out, I'm afraid he won't let this matter rest." Lu Yuan pointed at Hua Xiaoheng and emphasized. Lu Jin nodded heavily. "Am I such a reckless person?" The other three looked at him and didn't reply. Obviously, in their eyes, it wasn't that he didn't know what was important, but that he didn't know what was important and what was light. Perhaps his concept of weight was different from that of ordinary people. Lu Jin also knew his problem. He shrunk his neck and said embarrassedly, all right, I understand. Even if I don't give you face, Boss Lu, I still have to give my daughter and my future grandson face. I won't let anything happen to your nephew. That's your son-in-law." Lu Yuan shook his head helplessly. "It doesn't count if there's no wedding. He's still a fiancé. This identity is quite suitable." Lu Jin was very firm on this point. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Lu Yuan and said, "Uncle Lu is right. Actually, the number of people over there who know that we're married can be counted on 5 fingers. Most people think that we've just gotten engaged, including my mother." Hearing Hua Xiaoheng mention Song Jinning, Lu Yuan's mind wandered for a moment, and he didn't continue. Only then did Lu Jin relax his brows. He nodded with a smile and said, "That's more like it. A girl is just a little more reserved. You're a man, so be more tolerant. Thank you for your understanding, Uncle Lu." He looked at Gun Yinji and saw that her head was lowered. She didn't say a word. He didn't know what she was thinking. Lu Jin patted Gun Yinji's arm. "Yinji, what do you think?" Gun Yinji nodded. There was a smile in her voice. "I'll listen to Dad." It was rare for Gun Yinji to be so obedient. Lu Jin was so touched that he was about to burst into tears. "All right, since my daughter has said so, as her father, I will definitely remember the wedding." Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Was she delaying the wedding? Without batting an eyelid, he pulled the topic back. "Uncle Lu, we're here this time to ask you if there's anything you need our help with." Lu Yuan came back to his senses and quickly said, "That's right. You've already run away twice. We can't let you continue. No matter what you want to do, can you discuss it with everyone?" Gun Yinji also grabbed Lu Jin's arm and said nervously, "Dad, what are you going to do? Don't do anything stupid. Those people are not worth it for you to do stupid things. You are not as important as the people from both worlds combined. Just remember this." Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Are you sure it's a combination of the 2 worlds? The expression on Lu Jin's face was a little strange. He didn't know where to start. Because this matter involved too many people, he only wanted to perish together with the other party. Say it. If there's a problem, we can discuss it. Maybe it'll be better than you coming up with a solution alone. Lu Yuan encouraged, although we will never be able to compare to you in particle physics and genetic science. Peter and I are both experts in figuring out people's minds, formulating action plans, and retreating unscathed. In order to be careful not to spill the beans, Lu Yuan still called Hua Xiaoheng Peter. Lu Jin looked at them hesitantly and said, "In the face of the power of the entire country, or even the combined power of several countries, you can still retreat unscathed? You're that powerful?" Hua Xiaoheng saw that Lu Jin was still doubting their abilities, so he couldn't help but look at Lu Yuan. "What misunderstanding do you have about their abilities?" Gun Yinji praised Hua Xiaoheng with a smile. Not to mention that he and President Lu have received professional training. Even I only learned a little from him. I even caused the German Gestapo to tumble over there. The German Gestapo? How did you offend the German Gestapo? Lu Jin was very confused. Gun Yinji was stunned. She quickly glanced at Hua Xiaoheng and saw that he was looking at her with a half-smile. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and cut to the chase. She said concisely, "That's it. I hacked into their intranet and packed all their information into our mailbox. My girl is so amazing." Lu Jin clicked his tongue and gave her a thumbs up. Lu Yuan still didn't know about this, but with his experience, he could tell that Gun Yinji wasn't telling the truth. She was a typical, only reporting the good news and not the bad news. However, he didn't expose her. He continued, "Do you believe me now? Your girl is already better than many people. What are you still worried about?" Lu Jin thought about it in his mind and finally said, "Okay, but I can't tell you about this for the time being. How about this? I'm going to the Lolar building for a meeting today. I'll be wearing an instant messaging camera. You'll understand when you see it on TV." Gun Yinji was surprised. "You're going to a meeting with a camera? Isn't it too troublesome and too obvious?" Lu Jin laughed. He took out a pair of gold-rimmed glasses from his pocket and put them on. "This is my instant messaging camera." As he spoke, he turned on the curved TV in the living room. Soon, what he saw in his glasses appeared on the TV screen. "Is that amazing?" Gun Yinji was amazed and smiled at herself on the TV. "And won't find out about this, will she?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't know what meeting Lu Jin was going to, but holding a public event in the United States, even if it was a meeting, security checks were inevitable. Lu Jin shook his head. "How are we going to check this? You're the only people who know that there's something wrong with my glasses. If you don't betray me, no one will know." Gun Yinji was speechless. "How could we betray you? You're thinking too much." The three of them were the last people in the world to betray Lu Jin. Even if they wanted to, they wouldn't know who to sell it to. Lu Jin smiled and nodded. "I know, so I told you." He took off his gold-rimmed glasses. "I still need to change." "Excuse me." Lu Jin walked to his bedroom to change. Lu Yuan looked thoughtfully at the closed bedroom door and said, "I know where he's going." Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng looked at him together. "Your father has another identity," Lu Yuan said awkwardly. "Lu Jin, the major shareholder of the Lu Corporation, is just one of his identities." "Another identity?" Gun Yinji was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. "What exactly is my dad going to do?" "I'm not sure either." Lu Yuan pondered for a moment. "After you were sent away, your father recovered and started working on this matter. At that time, he told me that the reason he did this was because he couldn't let go of his scientific research work. He wanted to keep pace with the world's scientific research achievements and pay close attention to the latest developments in genetic science." Gun Yinji sighed and relaxed her nervousness. She smiled and said, "So he's a scientist. Then it's fine. My dad has made full use of himself. It would be a huge loss to humanity if such a genius didn't become a scientist." Looking at Gun Yinji's relieved smile, Lu Yuan smiled. "He's not a scientist. Then what is it? What could be more concerned about the latest developments in genetic science than scientists themselves?" Gun Yinji asked in confusion. "Of course." Lu Yuan sighed. "Capital. Only capital and consortiums are more concerned about the latest developments in genetic science than scientists themselves. This is because in a capitalistic society, only capital and consortiums are the supporters and financial providers of all scientific development. This is today's second update, Chapter 1796, The Most Important Person in My Heart. Reminder, monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. The chapter in the morning has been slightly revised. You can read it later. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1808. Gun Yinji. Capital? Consortium? To be honest, Gun Yinji didn't even take Lu Jin's identity as a major shareholder of the Lu Corporation seriously. She had always thought that Lu Jin was the kind of person who was a major scientist and a major shareholder of the side business. But now, Lu Yuan was actually telling her that other than the identity of Lu Jin that they knew, he had another identity, and it was an identity at the level of a wealthy capital consortium. This was too shocking. Gun Yinji didn't know what to say anymore. Hua Xiaoheng was also very surprised, but he didn't show it like Gun Yinji. He asked calmly, "What's the name of Uncle Lu's other identity?" "Von Rolsfeld." "What's his name?" Gun Yinji thought she had heard wrong, and her eyes widened. "Did you just say a foreigner's name?" "Yes, von Rolsfeld." Lu Yuan laughed. When he heard the sound of Lu Jin's bedroom door opening and closing, Lu Yuan raised his hand. "Look, Mr. von Rolsfeld is coming out." Gun Yinji turned around in a daze and saw a Mediterranean man with black hair, black eyes, and fair skin walk out. He was wearing a tailored tuxedo and a bow tie. He was tall and elegant, with deep-set eyes, a high and narrow nose, and naturally curly black hair. He looked like a completely different person from Lu Jin's previous appearance. "Dad, is that you?" Gu Nianji asked hesitantly and couldn't help rubbing her eyes. Lu Jin laughed loudly. "I'm von Rolsfeld, a Corsican, the seventh-generation heir of the Rolsfeld family." He spoke English with an Italian Tuscan accent. It wasn't very difficult to understand, but it wasn't very easy to understand either. "Gu Nianji, I'm going to Lock Center to attend a closed-door round-table conference today. I won't be coming back for dinner." Lu Jin rolled up his sleeves and said very reservedly. Lu Yuan nodded. "You've arranged everything?" Lu Jin's hand paused, but he quickly looked up as if nothing had happened and smiled. "It wasn't arranged like this. For example, I didn't want to go to the closed-door round-table conference today at all. But since you're here and want to know what I'm doing, you'll know what I'm doing." Hua Xiaoheng stood up and said, "You're going alone? Don't you have bodyguards?" Lu Jin said, "I have bodyguards. They're all here." Gu Nianji was still worried and quickly said, "Dad, take Peter with you. He's good at martial arts. If there's any problem, he can solve it in time. But if he goes like this, others will know." Lu Jin looked at Hua Xiaoheng suspiciously. "It will also affect me. I know how to disguise myself. When the time comes, even Nianji won't be able to recognize me," Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. This was his old profession, and his ability to disguise himself was not inferior to Lu Jin's. Lu Jin looked him up and down for a while, then raised his chin and said arrogantly, "Fine, you can pretend to be my personal bodyguard. Remember to dress up as the same kind of person as me. Can you do it? Not only the appearance, but also the accent." Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand. "I didn't bring anything to modify, but since you can modify, you should have these things, right?" Lu Jin turned around and pointed to his bedroom. "Go into the south wall and push away the sofa. There's a secret door behind it. Unlock the password and go in. There's all kinds of modifications inside." Hua Xiaoheng walked in. Lu Jin returned to Gu Nianji's side and sat down. He immediately smiled and said, "Nianji, do you think I look good in this?" Gu Nianji patted him on the shoulder and praised, "I didn't expect you to have this skill, Dad. Who did you learn it from?" Lu Jin glanced at Lu Yuan and said, "I learned it after seeing him modify it once. Self-taught." Gu Nianji, Lu Yuan smiled. "That's true. I didn't teach him a single word, but he did learn it after seeing it once." The key was that Lu Jin's skills were heaven-defying. He could make fake wigs and color-changing recessive glasses. The disguise on his face, such as the elongated nose and protruding brow bones, were all made of new materials. Lu Jin pointed at his face and said, "These things are also a type of biological cosmetic surgery, but I made them into temporary decorations. They weren't planted under the skin of my face like Qin Yaowang's." Gu Nianji raised her hand to touch it. Sure enough, it felt no different from real skin and bones. Lu Jin pointed at his eyes again. "These recessive glasses can even simulate the structure of the iris. So even if there's an iris recognition detector, it won't be able to detect whether I'm real or fake." Gu Nianji was very interested in these recessive glasses. She smiled and said, "Is it comfortable to wear? Do you need to take it off often and replace it?" "It's the same as not wearing it. It's easy to take it off. I have a big box that can be replaced at any time," Lu Jin said proudly. "What color recessive glasses do you like? I'll make them for you when I'm free." Gu Nianji smiled and said, "Then you have to remember, when I'm free, I want all kinds of recessive glasses. All kinds of colors? Do you think your eyes are rainbows?" Lu Jin rubbed her head. His eyes were full of affection, as if he couldn't get enough of it. Lu Yuan felt that the father and daughter were a little unsightly. He casually took a newspaper and opened it to block his line of sight. Gu Nianji chattered to Lu Jin about the topic of facial modification until Hua Xiaoheng came out of Lu Jin's bedroom. Standing in front of them was the image of a white Mediterranean man, but he was taller and more muscular than Lu Jin. He had broad shoulders, long legs, and a strong waist. His pitch-black eyes were especially charming. They were like velvet, emitting a satin luster. When he looked up, his eyes seemed to glow and firmly attracted people's attention. In front of capital, there's no such thing as interpersonal relationships. Capitalists only look at money. As for whether you know how to speak or whether you will offend people, it's not in their consideration at all. For the sake of profit, capital will even produce the rope to hang itself. Who cares about a supercilious look or a nasty word? Von Rollesfeld's wealth is enough for those capitalists to treat his inability to speak as a high and mighty disdain. Gunyinji, she said faintly, simply put, in their world, whoever has the most money is in the right. You can say that. Lu Yuan thought for a moment and smiled. As for interpersonal relationships and conversational skills, these are all areas that we ordinary people need to consider. For a group of people who are especially rich, they have already jumped out of this category of interpersonal relationships. They don't have to consider anyone's opinion when they speak, unless that person can affect their profits. They're the most thorough followers and worshippers of status. They only submit to the strong, that is, to people who are richer than them. Gunyinji understood. In that case, my dad is doing well in that circle, like a fish in water. Lu Yuan turned on the TV. You'll know his position in that circle later. Gunyinji looked at the local TV news that appeared on the TV. It happened to be broadcasting the Lohler Center. It was a huge building complex that occupied several blocks on Manhattan's Fifth Avenue. It was a textbook embodiment of the modernist architectural style of the last century. Almost 100 years had passed, and these buildings showed a kind of beauty that had been accumulated over the years. They were like works of art. Gunyinji saw the spacious and clean streets on the TV. In the past, there was always a lot of traffic here, but now there was a one-way street separated by rows of traffic obstacles. All kinds of luxury cars drove over. The host of the local TV station was a blonde beauty. She immediately became excited and said to the audience in front of the TV, "They're here. They are the most powerful people on our planet. Their combined wealth accounts for 95% of the world's wealth. Today, they are holding a closed-door roundtable conference at the Lohler Center to discuss the development and future of mankind. Only they are qualified to discuss this kind of topic." Not far away, Gunyinji's sharp eyes saw someone waving a flag, waving their fists and shouting slogans. Down with the capitalists who eat human flesh and blood. They are covered in blood and filth from head to toe. They are not worthy of dictating our fate. These slogans greatly aroused the passers-by's common hatred for the enemy. The passers-by, who were originally just passing by or had to take a detour because the main passage was under martial law, also joined in the shouting slogans. The increasingly agitated demonstration finally got out of hand. Someone threw a burning Molotov cocktail into the conference center. Boom! The Molotov cocktail exploded in front of a car. The car was unscathed, but the young man who threw the Molotov cocktail was locked on by a sniper on a nearby building. A gunshot rang out, and a bullet went straight through the man's arm, causing him to fall to the ground and howl like a pig being slaughtered. Soon, police cars with flashing lights roared over, and even armored vehicles arrived. Heavily armed police officers got out of the vehicles, waving their shields and batons as they charged into the crowd. The burning gasoline bottles at the entrance of the venue were quickly cleaned up. The car continued to drive to the underground parking lot of the venue. The luxury cars were completely unaffected by the commotion around them as they drove towards the entrance one after another. This is today's first chapter, Chapter 1797, His Circle, a reminder for everyone about your monthly votes and recommendation votes. 8:00 in the evening. Moi moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 1809. Gunyinji really wanted to see what it was like inside the venue, but Lu Jin's footage hadn't been sent back yet, so they had no choice but to continue watching the demonstration outside. Gunyinji asked Lu Yuan worriedly, "President Lu, do these people all know that there will be a meeting here today? They've already sealed off the road in advance, and they didn't specifically block the news. Someone must know." Lu Yuan leaned back on the sofa casually and sipped a cup of tea. He blew at the hot air and smiled at Gunyinji. "Are you anxious?" It looks like the demonstration isn't small. Gun Yinji couldn't tell what she was feeling. As a young person with a strong sense of justice, she could understand the young people who were demonstrating. Whether in history or in reality, the word capitalist was not a good word. It wasn't that she wanted to discredit the capitalists, but the capitalists had indeed not done anything good. Their pursuit of profit determined their weakness, and it could be considered a congenital flaw. However, the world was in their hands. A few countries had once escaped the control of the capitalists, and they had been vilified by the capitalists who controlled the global financial power. And now, Gun Yinji had just learned that her father was actually the man at the top of the capitalist food chain. He was someone who truly stood at the top of the pyramid. President Liu, my dad, where did he get so much money? Gun Yinji asked worriedly. She was very worried that Lu Jin's money had come from improper sources. Lu Yuan could hear her worries and comforted her with a smile. Your father is so smart. If he wanted to earn money, it would be very easy. I'd like to hear more. Gun Yinji quickly sat up straight and listened to Lu Yuan talk about Von Rohl's history of wealth, or rather, his first bucket of gold. More than 10 years ago, there was a global financial crisis in this world. That financial crisis started with the subprime mortgage crisis in the United States. Gun Yinji listened attentively and quickly said, "We also had a financial crisis like this over there." She had read about it in a book. Lu Yuan nodded. It seems like everything happened, but I think the reasons for it must be different. Gun Yinji, Lu Yuan took out his phone and found the news about the financial crisis that year. He showed it to Gun Yinji. Look, do you know Lehman Brothers, the biggest investment bank that collapsed at that time? Gun Yinji glanced at it and said, yes, because the U.S. government refused to bail out Lehman Brothers, the investment bank eventually collapsed. Lu Yuan said with emotion. At the beginning of that year, someone suddenly warned the financial market about the seriousness of the subprime mortgage crisis. It quickly caused panic in the market, which then triggered a complete default in the financial derivatives and bond market. To put it simply, it's like when a bank is being squeezed. The debts that it has released have not been returned, but the depositors suddenly come to withdraw their money. The bank definitely doesn't have enough cash to take out. This is a default, and the bank will go bankrupt. At that time, many large, small, and medium-sized banks and investment banks in the United States were on the verge of bankruptcy overnight. Your father only used US $10,000 as the capital, and through continuous shorting and cashing out, he almost emptied the market value of Lehman Brothers. Gun Yinji listened without blinking. The financial crisis happened before she was 12 years old. She didn't remember what happened here at all. She could only remember the financial crisis in the other world, which was also what she saw in books and the media. After collapsing Lehman Brothers, your father entered the highly leveraged financial derivatives market. That era was the era of financial bears. It was a place where the timid would starve to death and the bold would explode. Your father used his genius mind to obtain astronomical wealth from the stock market in a short period of time. Gun Yinji rolled her eyes and couldn't help saying, does the person who suddenly jumped out to warn about the subprime mortgage crisis have anything to do with my father? Lu Yuan smiled meaningfully. What do you think? But how did my father know that the subprime mortgage crisis would erupt? He's not a finance major, is he? Gun Yinji asked in confusion. Your father isn't a finance major, but he's a big name in physics. It's no longer news that Wall Street is willing to hire a top physics student to make financial models for them. Of course, Wall Street can't afford to hire your father, but your father once helped someone make a credit analysis model. Later, this model was used by the 3 major credit rating agencies in the United States to predict the future default rate of the financial market. Gun Yinji, when Lu Yuan talked about what happened back then, he was full of admiration for Lu Jin's ability. Later, the subprime mortgage crisis broke out. I knew that it had something to do with Lu Jin's warning, so I asked him what was going on. Your father said that the credit rating model was logically flawed. When he helped someone make the model, the other party didn't say that it would be used for a credit rating system, and he didn't expect it to be fully adopted by the 3 major credit rating agencies. Gun Yinji immediately understood and said in surprise, So my father already knew that the rating system of the American credit market was based on wrong predictions. Yes, since the credit rating of the entire financial market was fundamentally flawed, then the credit ratings of various bonds, financial derivatives, and stocks that were rated by this system were flawed. This flaw determined that the entire credit rating and the financial market would collapse within a certain period of time. Your father calculated the time when the entire market would collapse and gave a warning after all the short selling. Gun Yinji recalled how her father had never left the house. He had been devising strategies in front of the computer and had relied entirely on his knowledge of mathematics and physics to make huge profits. She was speechless. With such a heaven-defying father, no wonder Major General Hua's sense of crisis had increased. Gun Yinji secretly grimaced in her heart, and a mischievous smile appeared on her lips. Lu Yuan continued. The entire Western financial credit system could be said to have been destroyed by him alone. Gun Yinji, she coughed lightly to show that they weren't going to take the blame. CEO Lu, you don't make sense. First of all, my father had no intention of destroying the Western financial system. You just said that he made credit rating models for people out of friendship. That means it was completely free. Lu Yuan laughed and nodded. Yes, this is a lesson. Free things are the most expensive. Gun Yinji curled her lips. Yes, so the other party actually took advantage of my father. Secondly, after he was infringed, he still disregarded the past and gave an early warning at the appropriate time. This was equivalent to saving the Western financial system and preventing them from being destroyed. Isn't that enough? This is already considered great. Gun Yinji tapped her fingers on a coffee table in front of her. My father had already done his best. As for the small fortune he made later, it was just a reward he deserved. Don't you have to pay for using other people's credit models? This might be the biggest loss in history caused by piracy. Lu Yuan was amused by Gun Yinji's sophistry. He pointed at her and said repeatedly, "That mouth of yours is really eloquent. It's really comparable to the famous lawyer Qin Suan from back then." This is today's second update, Chapter 1798, Free Things Are the Most Expensive. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 1810. Gun Yinji's mood had changed subtly when she heard the name Qin Suan. It was no longer as simple as before, when she expressed her curiosity and admiration. She thought that the biological mother-daughter relationship between her and Qin Suan was probably only separated by a paternity test. After Lu Yuan finished speaking, he noticed that Gun Yinji's expression was strange. He awkwardly remembered the text message Hua Xiaoheng had sent him. Yinji's biological mother has some clues. It's very likely that she's Qin Suan. If they were biological mother and daughter, it wouldn't be strange for them to be similar. Gun Yinji was only stunned for a moment, then quickly asked curiously, "Really? Why do you think so? Have you met lawyer Qin Suan?" Lu Yuan saw that Gun Yinji was noncommittal, so he didn't bring up the topic. Moreover, he didn't dare to speak carelessly in Lu Jin's apartment. He only smiled and nodded. "Your father was very familiar with lawyer Qin Suan back then. I had a few meals with them. That's what lawyer Qin Suan thinks about capital. She opposes the excessive infiltration of capital into the national economy and people's livelihood. On this point, she greatly influenced General He Changjian. With the support of the military, many of the Huaxia Empire's state-owned projects were able to maintain their state-owned status and were not tainted by the new capitalists who were eager to make a move." Gun Yinji replied with an "oh." She admired and yearned for Qin Suan, and there was also a hint of indescribable admiration. However, she was also very open-minded. It didn't matter whether Qin Suan was her biological mother or not. What was important was that Qin Yaowang wasn't her biological mother. Gun Yinji didn't mind that her biological mother was an ordinary person. As long as she was a kind and upright ordinary person, it was 10,000 times better than that disgusting woman, Qin Yaowang. She and Lu Yuan chatted casually as they watched the television. Finally, Lu Jin's video image was transmitted back. On the big television screen in front of them, the live broadcast from the local television station was suddenly cut off. After a moment of chaos, an exquisite and small room appeared on the television screen. It didn't look like the grand hall that Gu Nianji had imagined at all. "Where's this?" Gu Nianji looked over in surprise. Why are there only 7 or 8 people in this room? He could count them all at a glance. Lu Yuan smiled and adjusted the volume with the remote control in his hand. "What do you think? The number of corporations that can influence the world financial market can be counted on 5 fingers. Therefore, among the 7 or 8 people, there were some who were not particularly influential." Gu Nianji looked at the people on TV and quickly recognized the first person. This man was in his 50s. He had dark blonde hair, wore glasses, and had a long nose. He was Mr. Bits, the man who had rapidly risen to become the richest man in the United States with his computer-controlled system. Of course, he was no longer the richest man in the world. In addition to this person, Gu Nianji also recognized Mr. Bart, who was known as the god of stocks. He was almost 80 years old, but he was still hale and hearty. His mind was clear, and he didn't look like many old people who couldn't even recognize people. Other than these 2 people, Gu Nianji realized that she didn't recognize anyone else. Lu Yuan introduced him to her. The man with black hair and a big nose sitting on the Victorian sofa by the window is the heir of the Ship King, the Oz family. I'm afraid they don't even know how much wealth their family has, but your father should know. Gu Nianji, there's also that middle-aged white man who just stood up to look at his pocket watch. He's Lorraine III. Most people call him Little Lorraine. He's the head of the Lorraine family, and this Lorraine Center is controlled by their family. The 2 people sitting in a more remote seat over here look a little excited. This is probably the first time they've attended such a closed-door roundtable meeting. Their family is also very rich, but they can't compare to the few people in front of them. The reason why they can attend such a meeting is because their family is an old political family. Gu Nianji nodded. The positions of senators in the United States, especially in the Senate, are almost hereditary. So it's not an exaggeration to say that they're a political family. Yes, a mocking smile appeared on Lu Yuan's lips. And it's a hereditary system that allows you to vote, because in the end, you'll find that only these people can participate in the election, and the others are just there to accompany them. Occasionally, 1 or 2 dark horses will win, but it doesn't mean anything because very soon, the dark horse senators without the support of foundation and capital will definitely not be elected next time. These people are sitting together to discuss the future and development of mankind. Gu Nianji couldn't help but laugh. It sounds like a pack of wolves meeting together to discuss how to maintain the sustainable development of a sheep. Haha, that's a wonderful analogy. Lu Yuan laughed heartily. This was the first time he had laughed unreservedly in front of Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji looked at his face, which was no longer young, and felt that he was even more attractive than a young man. This was a charm that had been accumulated over the years. It could no longer be described as just beautiful appearance. Of course, Lu Yuan's outstanding handsomeness was also undeniable. Gu Nianji suddenly thought of Hua Xiaoying. When he was Lu Yuan's age, she wondered how charming he would be. She blushed slightly, looked away, and stared at the television. On the screen, Lu Jin seemed to be looking in Hua Xiaoying's direction. Gu Nianji saw a tall and burly young man, who was no less handsome than the Nordics. He stood expressionlessly under a huge oil painting with his hands behind his back. No matter how Hua Xiaoying dressed up, he could always attract Gu Nianji's attention. It was a kind of breathtaking beauty, because when you saw him, you would forget to breathe. Gu Nianji hadn't seen enough when the image on the television changed again. This time, Lu Jin was probably looking at the middle-aged man who had stood up. He was the Lorraine III that Lu Yuan had told her about earlier. He bowed slightly to the people in the room and said politely, "Good afternoon, gentlemen. We are gathered here today to discuss the future development and future of mankind. What do you think is the most critical issue for the future development of mankind?" There were a few whispers in the room. Then, one of the young men from a political family sitting in the corner, mustered up the courage to say, "Is it economic and technological development?" Lorraine 3 smiled and shook his head. Another young man said, "Is it to reduce the risk of the financial market?" Lorraine 3 still shook his head and gave the correct answer. "Is it population and evolution?" Human civilization has developed to this point. There are already 5 billion people in the world. The entire world's food supply is no longer enough to make ends meet. There will definitely be a food crisis in the future. This population size is the result of us implementing birth control in backward areas and countries through the United Nations Population Fund. Otherwise, there would be even more garbage people. Please forgive me for being blunt, but only 20% of the elite population of the entire human race deserves to live. The other 80% are garbage people. Their deaths are not to be regretted. At this moment, Mr. Bart shook his head and objected. "Mr. Lorraine, your point of view is too radical and too narrow. The world's population is high, but the food supply will definitely not reach the point where we can't make ends meet. Moreover, technology is constantly developing, and food production is constantly increasing. I don't think there will be a food crisis in the foreseeable future." The others in the room also agreed with his point of view. As long as the population does not continue to explode, the current food production will be able to meet the needs of the entire world. Lorraine 3 did not particularly care that everyone objected in unison. He shrugged and said, "Since you all think it's not that serious, I won't say anything more. I'm just reminding everyone to continue to implement birth control in backward areas and countries. The lower class do not deserve to have too many offspring. They will only pollute the human genome." As he said this, he looked at the other side of the round table and said, "Mr. Bitts, you are an expert in the field of biological genetics and biopharmaceuticals. I would like to ask you, how is your research in this field going?" Mr. Bitts said vaguely, "It's still in the middle of research. We haven't made any significant progress." Lorraine 3 smiled slowly and said, "Haven't made any significant progress? I've said this before, you don't have to fork out your own money to go back to Africa to do genetic and biopharmaceuticals research. Other than mineral resources, what else is there? Africa is known as the cradle of human origins. I think it's very reasonable to do genetic and biopharmaceuticals research there." Mr. Bart spoke up for Bitts because he was also one of the major shareholders of the Bitts Fund. The cradle of human origins proves that their genes have not fully evolved. Researching their genes is a complete waste of money. Lorraine 3 said disdainfully, "But our group's research is different. Our target is the largest country in East Asia." His expression became somewhat fanatical. That country has the largest population, the highest average IQ, and the most diverse gene pool. And the most important thing in genetic experiments is to have an inexhaustible supply of genetic materials. Bitts's expression became somewhat ugly. He had invested hundreds of millions in genetic and pharmaceutical research in Africa, but he was looked down upon by someone younger than him. This was truly intolerable. He said coldly, "Oh, are you still going to publicize your family's fantastical superhuman plan? May I ask if there's any significant progress in your plan?" Lorraine 3's expression also became ugly. He said, "How is our plan fantastical? From a theoretical and probabilistic perspective, it is indeed possible for humans to have perfect genes. As long as we do enough experiments and find enough genetic materials to edit. As long as we can research the first set of perfect genes, there will be a second set, a third set, and then usher in the greatest evolutionary leap in human history." Gunyenji, why did this person talk about perfect genes? This is the first update of the day. Chapter 1799, Superhuman. A reminder for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8 o'clock p.m., the second update. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1811. Lu Yuan's expression immediately darkened. Was this why Lu Jin wanted to leave him? Because the enemy he was facing wasn't an ordinary person, but a conglomerate that truly controlled the world's financial lifeline. The resources and manpower these people could use were much more powerful than He Changjian's. Lu Jin thought that they could escape He Changjian's pursuit, but they couldn't escape the pursuit of these conglomerates that controlled the world's financial lifeline. Gun Yinji couldn't take her eyes off the TV. Her hands unconsciously balled into fists and covered her mouth as she nervously waited for their reactions. In fact, the small conference room was silent for a moment before a few chuckles rang out. Then, more and more people laughed. Although there were only 7 or 8 people in the room, the sound of everyone laughing together was still quite impressive. On the television, Lorraine seemed to be angered by everyone's reaction. He sneered, "Do you think it's funny? Do you think it's a fantasy?" But our Lorraine family's laboratories in New York, Berlin, and Huaxiao are working hard and have recently made breakthroughs. I believe that soon, you'll be lining up with money to beg me to improve your genes. So powerful? The people in the room looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Everyone sitting here was a smart person. For them, a beautiful blueprint and an exciting slogan were not enough to convince them, because they were good at doing so themselves. Only by taking out real evidence, and only real evidence, like real gold and silver, could he make them believe in him, make them worship him, and then become his followers. Lorraine's gaze swept across these people's faces and saw that their expressions had changed from disbelief to skepticism. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they could believe a little, it would be fine, because he needed money, a lot of money, to support his biological genetic laboratories all over the world. He needed to convince more people to join his project, and thus inject new funds to keep the project running better. Lorraine waited for a while to let his skepticism settle. Just as he was about to add fuel to the fire, he suddenly saw the silent Corsican sitting opposite him stand up. This man was Lu Jin, disguised as Von Rolson. He was wearing a tailored tuxedo and a silver pocket watch chain on his chest. He asked in confusion, "Mr. Lorraine, I remember that your project started with your great-great-grandfather, right? Hasn't it been almost 100 years? Lorraine paused for a moment, then quickly said with a smile, "Yes, my great-great-grandfather was the initiator of this project. If I'm not wrong, your family's project made great progress after World War II. Can you tell me in detail how you made the breakthrough after World War II?" The corner of Lorraine's mouth twitched imperceptibly, but he maintained his gentlemanly smile and said, "These are our scientific secrets. Please forgive me for not being able to comment. But you want us to invest." Lu Jin hit the nail on the head and said sharply, "You didn't even tell us your specific plan, and you want us to invest money. Even if it's a Ponzi scheme, it wouldn't be so outrageous, right? Even if you're just painting a cake to appease your hunger, you should at least paint a cake for us to see." The people in the room burst into laughter again. Even Gu Nianji and Lu Yuan, who were in front of the television, couldn't help laughing. "Don't you trust my family?" Fortunately, Lorraine's face was already red from the sun, so no one noticed that he was actually blushing awkwardly. In front of the TV, Gu Nianji clicked her tongue and said, "Why do white people like to tan themselves? Look at the dark look on his face. It can be said that he's very thick-skinned." On the TV screen, Lu Jin put his hands in the pockets of his tuxedo and shook his head disapprovingly. "Business is business. I believe that everyone here is smarter than me and knows what kind of plan is worth investing in." "Mr. Rolster, what do you mean?" Lorraine's expression darkened even more. "If you're willing to invest, I'd welcome it. I understand if you don't want to. But please don't stop other people's desire for genetic technology." Lu Jin scoffed. "Mr. Lorraine, don't try to change the subject. Please answer my question. How much money has been spent on the laboratory supported by your family over the years? What results have been achieved? What is the market conversion rate? And what is the profit model and prospects? If you want to take this opportunity to ask us for investment, don't you want to prepare a PowerPoint beforehand?" Lorraine narrowed his eyes and looked Lu Jin up and down. "Mr. Rolster, I still stand by what I said. The experiments done in our laboratory are patented and can't be made public. As for the profit prospects, I can say that we're only one step away from success. When the perfect gene appears, everyone's returns won't just be 1 or 2 times, but 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times. You make it sound better than you sing, but you still won't tell me the reason. Lu Jin raised his gold-rimmed glasses and said coldly, "Then, let me tell you the reason." His gaze swept across the faces of everyone in the meeting room. He was cold, sharp, and inhuman. The reason why Mr. Lorraine found this opportunity to promote his family's business is because they've invested for so long, nearly 100 years, but until now, they still haven't gained anything. Lu Jin picked up the remote control on the round table and turned on the projection screen on the wall. He connected it to the special iPad he had brought with him and said, "I have a copy of the Lorraine family's balance sheet and cash flow here." On the projection screen, several financial statements were displayed. The people in the room were familiar with these financial statements. With a casual glance, they realized that there was a big problem with the Lorraine family's finances. Do you know why Lorraine is so eager to promote their results? Because he's looking for someone to take over. Lu Jin pointed at the numbers on the projection screen with the remote control. "Look, they've spent so much money, but the return has been 0. What does this mean? This means that their experiments haven't yielded any results at all. This so-called superhuman perfect gene experiment is a fantasy that goes against the laws of nature and science." Lu Jin spoke passionately. "I won't even give you the word sci-fi because you don't deserve it." Gu Nianji was dumbfounded. She finally understood where her drama queen, Jean, came from. If someone who didn't know the details of Lu Jin's words, they would have been completely convinced by him and believed that it was impossible for a perfect gene to appear in humans. In fact, it was in Lu Jin's hands that the first perfect gene in human history was born. We got results. Lorraine was forced into a corner by Lu Jin, so he had no choice but to reveal the latest results in his laboratory. Our laboratory in the Huaxiao Empire has recently achieved major results. A DNA sample that is very close to the perfect gene will arrive in New York tonight. Our scientists will take over and conduct a full verification. This was today's second update. Chapter 1800, The Drama Queen Jean. A reminder for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels, that you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.